All right. Thank you, everybody. Sorry we're a few minutes late. We're going to go ahead and call our regular school board meeting for Tuesday, July 21st to order. We have all board members present in person. We have Dave Donnelly, who is joining us telephonically tonight. Next up is our flag salute, and I've asked board member Marcette to please lead that for us.
The flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The board is honored to acknowledge that our community resides on the traditional land of the Dena'ina people, both past and present. It is with gratitude that we honor the land itself and the people who have cared for it throughout the generations. We want to welcome you to our blended virtual and in-person meeting during this COVID-19 crisis, and thank you for supporting the work of the Anchorage School District. The mission of this district is educating all students for success in life. Next up, I need an approval of the agenda.
I move that we approve the agenda as it is.
Second. Thank you. Did any board members have any modifications proposed to the agenda? Seeing and hearing none, the agenda is approved. Next up, we've got our board conference and committee reports. We'll just quick go down the list. We'll start with finance with board member Marcette.
And actually, we canceled our last board meeting. It was going to be right before a retreat and just didn't work out. And I'd be honest, I don't know when our next one is. So we'll get an update out.
Thank you. Next up, we'll do governance and board member Hildy.
We haven't met since our last meeting, and we have not scheduled the August meeting one, but we will get that posted on that schedule.
Wonderful. And communications committee, member Bellamy.
And that would be a ditto. We have not met since our June meeting, and we will be meeting though in August.
Perfect. Thank you very much. All right, next up on our agenda, we have goal monitoring, and we are looking forward to getting an end of year update from Dr. Bishop. I will now hand it over to you.
Thank you, Madam President. And the data that we have this evening, I regret, is not our graduation data. Those data are still being processed. However, we do want to present to the board for outcome monitoring, the F data at the end of semester 2, 2019-20. The reason that we look at failure data, getting an F your freshman or sophomore year really is an indicator of success in finishing high school. And interestingly enough, what happens is students get behind in credits, then they see there's not a place to catch up, they lose hope, and they leave us without graduating. And so in the past, the board has supported through approving the budget, what we call credit recovery, as well as choice summer school, where you can take courses to get ahead, as well as courses to catch up. This year, we didn't only offer, usually there's a set amount, a number of students, according to our funding. With the CARES Act, the board appropriated and allowed spending, additional spending on to eliminate or help with that summer slide. So if you remember, we opened up summer school to everyone from elementary, whether you wanted online or packets, we delivered. We had hired lots of teachers to support kids over the summer. We also did what we called two things. We allowed for anyone to redo a course, to make up a course, of course, to eliminate their Fs, to make them up. But we also left their spring courses open, that if students were continuing to work and needed additional time, and that was specifically due to the lag in device distribution or the lag in connectivity, perhaps not understanding, needing the extra supports. So basically, we really talked about being solutions oriented. We wanted to try to see where are our kids? And so we're happy to share these data with you. And again, we did provide, well, they're not board goals per se of the data that we've chosen for metrics. They are important metrics, understanding that F data is a direct link and has a relationship with graduation. And so if you take a look, we have the 3 points of data, and 4 is there, but really the last 2 on the right, the one in blue was the actual end of the school year, the end of May. And we continued the learning through June. And the school year, June 30th is a big date because the last day of June is your last day of your fiscal year for those things as graduation rates. So we wanted to share this. We still have students finishing up other summer schools. So this is just the first part of that. And take a look, so in 17-18, which we would call fiscal year 18, fiscal year 19, fiscal year 20, you see that there was some changes. If you could go back to the last slide. But when we opened it up for that extra month, we made a significant impact. The first 2, at 17 and 18-19, were a result of credit recovery as well. So those were the transcripted grades. So those were the final grades as of June 30th. So the only one that is not June 30th is that blue number. But you'll see the difference is significant. And if we go to the next slide, you see the trend line of 3 consecutive years. Again, the amount of kids that we supported, as well as really leaving it open and having, we had that additional, we had millions of dollars that we pumped into it. Generally, it's $200,000 that we spend on high school. And we really, through all of our different endeavors, were able to put CARES money towards that as one of the appropriations. I don't have the student groups involved in this, and I can give you further data. Just with the work that we're doing now, we didn't have the time needed to disaggregate it. In the last slide here, the feedback, we have the data, but in talking to actually Dr. Kirsten Johnson-Strumpler, went back and talked to people involved in summer school. And these were just some of the responses that they received from kids as well as they said themselves. So we did have a deliberate focus on providing opportunities for students. It was wide open. We pushed the limit. We left things open. We let kids go. We gave them classes. We really were solution oriented. Texting students directly to keep them organized and on track, that direct teacher to student interaction rather than teacher to parent interaction. We did allow that, given that they weren't face to face, to allow them to text them about their schoolwork. Making daily contact so that they're on track. It wasn't, here you go, I'll see you on Friday. It was, you know what are you doing today? And you look like you're on, you're off. Do you need some help? Connecting with students again rather than parents. This is a big one. Not trying to work with students directly until afternoon. We had flexible schedules for staff as well as flexible schedules for students. And we worked with kids where they are. And if you have sunlight, sun never goes down. Sometimes their brains don't either. So they needed that time to sleep in and then they were ready to work. So that was a key feature that's my favorite one, Dr. Johnson. Being flexible with time, creating Zoom at the student's request for explanation and not having set office hours. We had this past spring set office hours so that the courses, because we were doing so many courses, 6 courses, the kids wouldn't be caught with a Zoom on top of another Zoom. But this year, moving into 3 courses in our intermediate look is going to help. And TAs attached to students virtually. And so they were accessible. So we had additional staffing to put towards where the needs were, and we were flexible, and we were solution oriented, and the kids performed. It wasn't easier work. It was just a different way to do business. And I really thank the teachers, the aides, the students, the parents, everyone involved in this summer school because we did, have a slow start, but we're able to provide education outside of our school year. This was a happy moment for us when we saw it.
Any board member questions? Board member Mitchell.
So the 3,300 whatever Fs that we still have out there, do we know roughly how many students that represents compared to the prior couple of years? And are those students who often take a fifth year? What percentage of them are not able to graduate? Are these Fs that are keeping them from graduating, or is it just the total number of Fs?
Those are total number of Fs on transcripts through high school.
So some of these students still will graduate because they still have enough credits potentially?
Yes.
But yeah, it would be interesting to know how many students that represents.
I could look into those data more to see who are the students and, how many Fs does that represent in the students and who are they?
Board member Bellamy.
And along with that, if we could get the demographic breakdown.
Yep, we'll get who they are, the student groups.
Great, thank you.
Board member Hildy.
This is great. I mean, I look forward to that information, but that's a wonderful decrease. One thing I've heard from teachers before is like, if you give it, like this is effectively an extension. And so in this one-time situation, oh, great, I got another one. But I've heard from people before, like if you give extensions, then they end up never doing it. And I just wonder your take on the success of this and just like what you think.
That's a great question because I'm one to, if I'm given time, I'll use the time I'm given. You put food out in front of me, I'll eat it all, kind of thing. So I take advantage of those. So, but if you notice, some of those other indicators were daily contact how kids like to be contacted. Kids don't talk on the phone, call home to parent. They get a text that say, get back to it. What are you doing? I think the other connections that teachers made with the deliberate actions probably assisted. It wasn't just the time, to your point. It was most likely some of those behaviors and practices that were built into that system as well. That's a good point, Member Hildy.
Board member Marcette.
So given this information, I'm going to assume, I hope, that we can continue this even when we're back in school.
Well, that's our goal. We have exciting work that we've been preparing this summer in regard to the working groups for in-person or e-learning, virtual learning. And really, it is important to know that pedagogy matters. How you instruct, instruction matters, not just what you teach. And what you teach is a big part of it, but how and how kids learn. So we are using the information gathered from the experiences of this summer school to translate it. In fact, we offered kids on the higher end in elementary school, to take some middle school courses online through Apex. And they provided kind of this action research this summer to know what was appropriate and what we could use given this school year if we had need to find an acceleration program for math that could provide that. And so our parents were happy to share with us what worked, what didn't work. And so we continue to build success around students in that endeavor. So thank you. We hope to do so as well. And it was a major investment, but obviously the investment of time and effort on both the students, families, and teacher part was a big success.
So what an opportunity. I mean, I guess you have to look at everything as there's always opportunity in every crisis or whatever. And I'm just thankful that as ASD has been able to come up with this and that it's worked and that, it's going to help us in the future. So thank you.
Board member Bellamy.
And I also think, Dr. Bishop, it's a great example of how we are meeting kids where they are, the way they want to be met. And that is the essence of our equity work.
Madam President, thank you. And I just appreciate the team here, as well as reaching out to the schools that ran the summer schools and the many teachers online this summer that supported that. Thank you.
That's wonderful data to start our meeting off with. Our next item up on the agenda is public testimony. I'm going to read a quick statement here. The board welcomes public comment on non-agenda and non-action items. We value public comment as it ensures that we remain aware of public thoughts, ideas, and concerns, and informs our decision-making process. The school board encourages anyone wishing to provide public testimony to sign up in advance for telephonic testimony or to email written comments by 2 p.m. the day of the meeting. These comments will become part of the meeting record. There's a 1-hour time slot at the beginning of the meeting. Testimony in excess of 1 hour will be heard at the end of the meeting or may be submitted in writing. Those who have signed up in advance for telephonic or in-person testimony will be called in order to speak. You will have 3 minutes to testify. When 30 seconds remain, the board secretary will inform you so that you can finish your sentence. Additionally, it is not our practice that board members answer questions or engage in discussion with members of the public. This is your time to speak and our time to listen. The board will consider all information shared by the public, and when deemed necessary, issues raised in testimony will be referred to the administration for follow-up. And just so folks know, yep, so there's a bell. She'll ring it so you guys can hear it. Yep, there it is. So folks know we have 50 people signed up for public testimony today. We are going to spend the next hour. Hopefully we can get, up through, number 20, and then we will continue our meeting and the rest will resume at our second public testimony. So hoping that we have folks already online and ready to go. Our first telephonic speaker is Daniel Kemp. Daniel, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You got 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
All right, I'll try to do better on my time this time around. Good evening, board. My name is Danielle Kemp. I'm a retired Army combat officer and teacher here in the ASD. I want to speak about the reopening of schools and inequity in schools again. I've heard a rumor that the ASD may not be opening school doors right away, which I think that is a good thing. So I can just say for my personal, that I care, for my children at school and their education. And I know and understand that there's no, comparison to in-person learning, right? I truly want to return to my classroom, but we can't reopen school buildings right now. It's just too dangerous. And I must say that coronavirus will have a disparate impact on communities of color. And I believe that this is a civil rights issue as well, because they'll have, communities of color are disproportionately impacted. Less overall access to health care, lower average income and ability to handle unexpected medical expenses, higher prevalence of high blood pressure, diabetes, and other health conditions for those families of those children of color. All right. So, we really need to think long and hard about this. Testing is an issue as well. How are we going to test like athletes? We need to think about those sorts of things. I sent over 200 questions to the board a couple of weeks ago. I would ask that, we get some answers to those questions. I sure would appreciate that. As far as inequity in our school, a big issue. First of all, I would ask that the board discuss what I'm about to say after all testimony is conducted. Okay. I mentioned earlier about, altered or omitted Black history representation in our ASD curriculum, a lack of literature by and or about Black people taught in the ASD. I also mentioned the Black people are 3% of the Black population, 15% of the U.S., yet teachers are only 1% of ASD certified teachers. That's a big problem that we need to address. We need to have our students looking at teachers that look like them. Budget cuts, huge issue of equity. Okay. Class size is directly tied to budget cuts. Okay. And class size, I must say that data from case study after case study conducted in the early aughts have shown that reduced class size results in reduced achievement gaps to negligible levels between white and Black students, especially in the primary grades, K through 5. Black students on average here in the ASD academically achieve 2.5 grades behind their white counterparts. All right, that's unacceptable. Smaller class sizes, about 13 to 17 students, improves these, right? Grade retention, student attendance, and test scores. All right. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so very much. Next up on the telephone, we have Kelly Lessons. Kelly, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we sure can. You've got 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you. In the musical Hamilton, Aaron Burr's character has a brief meeting with General George Washington where he praises the general's then unrevolutionary tactics. I admire how you keep firing on the British from a distance. Subsequently, Alexander Hamilton, Burr's frenemy, is invited into Washington's headquarters and proposes a host of creative new tactics to defeat the Redcoats. 250 some odd years later, we, the audience, know or learn from Broadway that these novel choices contributed to the colonists' ability to overthrow the British. I say all of this because ASD is not in a position right now, so to speak, of trying to keep on firing on the British from a distance. This is not to say that I don't recognize that administrators have worked very hard to prepare for a range of possibilities this year, but I'm confident in saying that the multi-tiered options they've drafted have been done without substantial parental input, and that they fluctuate or will potentially fluctuate every 2 weeks. They don't offer real stability to families who can't afford to be nimble. In addition, they do not clarify how ASD will adequately protect and test teachers having large numbers of student encounters. Finally, while the plans will encourage the atomization of education and the formation of neighborhood quarantine pods, I don't see how the plans will meet the ongoing needs of ASD's most at-risk students. Given that there's no immediate vaccine in our future and that Alaska's numbers are currently on the upswing, this is time for a different, predictable, and equitable course of action. And that plan needs to balance questions of equity with matters of health. 2 weeks ago, I wrote to you all with a notion of promoting educational equity by honing on elementary education before all else, and doing things like expanding into empty district spaces to do so. I even then took that idea and floated it in public with the ADN, and I also floated it to the Assembly in conjunction with ideas like using movie theaters to teach displaced middle and high school students if we were to use all of the available classrooms for elementary. But between the time I emailed you and today, our numbers, as I mentioned, as we all know, they've risen precipitously, and I've experienced a growing cognitive dissonance. Parents and teachers have circulated scores of questions about what the proposed medium-risk school days and high-risk online education days will look like. I emailed you more than 100 from the ASD 60 community. I saw another educator's list of 250 questions, and I haven't seen the answers that I think we all need. I remain worried about what online only or even the hybrid models of education mean for our most marginalized students. I remain worried about staff health. There's no easy answer here. To that end, however, I offer the recent words of educator and scholar Shayla Griffin, who proposes a socially, racially, and economically just notion that some schools with low-risk staff, ample contact tracing, and testing should open and serve those students who will not eat without school, who will not be safe in their homes, who are too young but will be left home anyway, and or who have disabilities. For everyone else, however, we should stay home. In sum, I want to echo Ms. Bellamy earlier tonight and encourage you to seize this moment and direct the administration to think even more creatively, predictably, equitably, and healthfully about how to structure this coming year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 3 on the telephone is Erica Jones. Are you with us tonight?
Oh yeah, can you hear me?
We sure can. You have 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
Okay, so I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the upcoming school year and returning to school and how kind of the district plans for returning to school, and talk to you about data. As a special education teacher for the Anchorage School District, it is my job to take, look at, correlate, and respond to data. The data around COVID-19 is telling us that even if it would be safe to return to face-to-face teaching, which I do not feel it is right now, it will not be a consistent return. Just on Sunday, we had 14 children under the age of 19 test positive in the state of Alaska. Even if only half of those students were in the Anchorage School District, that is 7 classroom teachers who have now been exposed and are not to return to work until they're cleared to do so. Over the course of the entire last week, this isn't counting the past 2 days, there were 63 children under the age of 19 who tested positive. Again, estimating that half of those are probably students in the Anchorage School District. That is roughly 31 classrooms that have had extended close contact exposure and 31 teachers who are now not able to return to work until they're cleared to do so in just 1 week. This means 31 classrooms of students who are now suddenly, unexpectedly, without a teacher. Are we going to also be asking the students to quarantine if a classmate tests positive? They will also have been in extended close proximity to a known case. And if so, how are families expected to handle the no-notice quarantine? Many families are already struggling with childcare or working from home while their children are also at home. If the students are not required to quarantine, then who will substitute for the class? As there are a few substitutes who will knowingly sub in a classroom where all the students have been exposed. Even during a typical school year, we suffer from a lack of substitute teachers. This year, many substitutes have already informed teachers that they will not be subbing this year due to COVID-19. We're also seeing an increase in cases among school-age children. I'm not sure if you guys have been looking at the numbers of children or the percentages, but I have. According to the United States Census Bureau, the 2019 estimate as to the percentage of children under the age of 18 in Alaska is 24.6%. So 24.6% of our population is under the age of 18. From the Alaska COVID data dashboard, as of Sunday, again not counting the last 2 days, 13.88% of positive cases are in children under age 19. Given that children are less likely to display symptoms, this also means that they're less likely to be tested. This data suggests to me that children are not as immune to getting COVID-19 as we believe. Today, the data was even more telling. Just today, we had 24 children under the age of 19 test positive. Running the numbers, this is 26% of the people who were tested are under the age of 19. That is above the percentage of how many children in our total population are under the age of 19. And this is summer time in Alaska. Kids are outside, they're playing. They're not inside with a whole bunch of other children. From the doctors and the experts, they're telling us that this is where people are less likely to get infected. They're outside, they're away. Oh, yeah?
I apologize, but the time is up.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Speaker number 4 on the telephone is Ben Walker. Ben, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Have 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you for listening tonight and for all your work and leadership, especially during this pandemic. And like the other people have said, there are no easy answers. I am Ben Walker, and I teach 7th grade science here in town at Romig Middle School. I'm also the 2018 Alaska State Teacher of the Year. But on top of all of that, and actually more important than all of that, I'm a father. I have an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old, and I'm a son. I have an elderly mother, and I'm a member of the Anchorage community. And before I get into my specifics, I'm going to admit right now that I have a very large bias when it comes to this topic. My bias is that I want people to not get sick, and I don't want anyone to die because of public schools. I feel the rhetorics and politics is trying to force schools into solving a problem caused by a pandemic and exacerbated by far too many of our community not taking this seriously. And our students, teachers, staff, and their families will be the first to suffer, followed by the rest of the community. To me, this is all backward. We should be starting in the safest manner possible, which is 100% virtual learning, unless we have 14 days of no new cases, and then working our way back into buildings. We should not be starting in buildings, waiting for people to get sick, which they will, data says it, and then ending up virtual again anyway on a moment's notice. That will put us right back where we were in March, except now instead of having at least our healthy students and staff, we will have infections amongst us and our school communities. We have the ability to not let this happen. We have the ability to slow down and do this right, and not fast to plead the loudest in the political and social media realm. First, like other Alaska communities have done, we need to push the start of school back at least 2 weeks after Labor Day to allow time to continue to design and train our staff on effective, meaningful, and equitable remote learning, as well as complete a thorough needs assessment of all our families to determine what they need to make learning successful and equitable for all. This is not just who needs a computer and a laptop or a computer and a hotspot. But how can ASD help with all these things we do, and how can we help with all these other things we do for our communities? This includes helping families with childcare so they can return to work, which brings me to my second point. ASD needs to be very clear that this is not a school issue to solve alone. If we must have schools open for people to go to work, then we must ask businesses, the municipality, and nonprofits to help. We cannot sacrifice health and lives because others in the community find it as the easiest solution. It's pretty clear to me that a pandemic qualifies as a whole community issue. Currently, I'm not aware of any partnerships being developed to get Anchorage through this together, merely inflammatory rhetoric about opening schools so adults can work. Third, we need to think big and let go of the things we've always done. Not all students need to return to school on the same timeline. Those with the highest risk factors or those benefiting the most from in-person instruction can return first, dispersing them throughout all ASD buildings to help with social distancing, as was already testified about. Those that studies have shown are the most efficient spreaders, such as 10 to 19-year-olds, should not be in school until there are no cases for 14 days. Fourth, we need to make it very clear to the public that they, not us, hold control over when we open in person, and that only happens when they do their part to wear a mask, socially distance, and adhere by all of the guidelines. Schools alone cannot be responsible for a pandemic, and we need to make sure we do not give in to pressure and add pandemic to our already overflowing plate. We claim to be a data-driven district in terms of decision-making. All data right now is pointing to our buildings not being safe, even at half capacity. At the high school level, that will still be 1,000 kids, super spreaders, in a building at once. This decision is being driven by politics. Yep.
Sorry, the time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 5, Taro Sataki on the telephone. Are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you. My name is Taro Sataki, and I'm a family medicine physician in Anchorage and a parent of 2 children in the Anchorage School District. My wife and I have made the decision not to send our children to in-person school in August. I'm a member of my healthcare organization's infectious disease response team committee, where COVID-19 has been a focus for the past several months. I am aware of the recommendations by the American Academy of Pediatrics, specifically the Academy's stance that strongly advocates that all policy considerations for the coming school year should start with a goal of having students physically present in school. The Academy mentions in support of their stance that COVID-19 appears to behave differently in children and adolescents, and that they may be less symptomatic, less likely to have severe disease, may be less likely to become infected and spread infection. Unfortunately, the Academy lists no references in support of their position. After searching for scientific journal articles, only a handful of studies are available with low numbers of study participants. As a family physician, I see the full spectrum of patients, from newborns to the elderly. It is important to understand the potential risks associated with the spread of COVID-19 throughout the spectrum of life when considering the opening up of schools. Opening up schools will make teachers' risk of potential COVID-19 exposure similar to that of first-line healthcare workers. Whereas healthcare providers have the training and the PPE readily available to help prevent the spread of COVID-19, teachers and staff do not have the background training. Additionally, there are widespread shortages of PPE on a national scale. When you consider there are several promising potential COVID-19 vaccines on the horizon, postponing school opening should be the only choice based on safety for everyone involved. Additionally, a COVID-19 related illness in children is multi-system inflammatory syndrome, which has been studied in 300 U.S. children. The children develop severe inflammation that affects multiple organ systems after having had COVID-19 up to 2 to 4 weeks after COVID-19 infection. The majority of the children were previously healthy. In a study by Boston Children's Hospital, 80% of the children required intensive care, 20% required mechanical ventilation, and 2% of the children died. The average age of children with this condition is age 8. I mention this COVID-19 related illness to clarify that there is still considerable risk of COVID-19 and related complications to children. How will the Anchorage School District respond should a child or multiple children become critically ill or die from COVID-19 or COVID-19 related complications? In my opinion, patience in delaying school opening until a vaccine is available is the most reasonable decision. Opening up schools at this time when infection rates are climbing is unreasonable and may lead to a significant increase in COVID-19 infections, hospitalizations, and deaths. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up is speaker number 6 on the telephone, Kristen Bellonio. Are you with us?
Yes, hi.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Kristen Bellonio, and I am a teacher in the Anchorage School District. I'd like to speak about this upcoming school year. All summer, I have held out hope, as many others have, that this pandemic's impact on our community would diminish greatly so that we could enjoy some semblance of rest and relaxation. Also, all summer, I have waited to be called upon by district administrators to provide feedback regarding my experience as a teacher from Q4 and to provide input about what our upcoming school year should look like. Unfortunately, neither of those two things occurred. Through the Parent Preferences and Planning Survey, almost 3/4 of respondents replied that they would prefer to return to brick and mortar face-to-face instruction this fall. Well, yes, everyone would like that very much because it would signal a return to normalcy. I think we can all agree, however, that we are very far from normal right now. What is even more frustrating, though, is that the district never asked teachers, counselors, specialists, nurses, food service, and custodial staff for their recommendations to what a safe return could look like. I don't think you would make any major decisions without consulting all of your stakeholders, yet here we are. Without exploring the concerns of your frontline workers, which is essentially what we will be, you are putting teachers and staff members in the position of having to choose between their health and their job. Dr. Bishop, in an email sent to ASD staff on July 8th, you touted that you were confident about the school start and the protocols to keep everyone as safe as possible. Well, let's talk about school safety. We regularly run fire, earthquake, active shooter drills in our buildings. Why then do we go to such great lengths to protect students against these threats, only to throw caution to the wind when a definite danger presents itself in our community? And make no mistake, asymptomatic individuals, including the very children we teach, will be putting our lives and everyone else's lives at risk. Now, I realize that online learning is not nearly as robust as in-person learning. Everyone knows that. Another thing, though, that I do know is that ASD teachers are nimble. Given the time and resources, we can create rigorous, accessible curriculum that will engage students. We can connect with our students through a variety of means to provide social and emotional support. We can do our best to make our online classroom as authentic as a real classroom without risking anyone's health. In the end, I ask that you listen to your teachers. Please seek our expertise on how to make online learning work for everyone as best as we can. And above all, please respect that this is not a fictional scenario, but a very real one that puts all of our health in jeopardy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is speaker number 7, Mandy McConnell on the telephone. Mandy, are you with us?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, members. Go ahead. Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Mandy McConnell, and I'm testifying tonight regarding reopening schools during this fall. With the continual rises in cases, I'm worried we will be sending our students and staff into an unsafe environment. We need to deal with the community spread before we can open schools safely. Other countries can open safely because they have worked towards lowering community transmission. This is where our community needs to come together and work to stop the spread of COVID-19. We need to keep our bubble small to help keep our students and school staff safe when we return in person. Dr. Zink stated in Alaska Public Media that she is most likely not sending her children to a brick and mortar for school this fall. If the chief medical officer of Alaska isn't sending her own children, what does that tell you about the safety of opening our schools right now? As an educator, I'm concerned for the safety of my students. Health officials continually report about the importance of maintaining 10 or less people indoors with 6 feet social distancing and maintaining good airflow. How do we maintain social distancing when all students are attending? What will be provided to us to help with the airflow in classrooms? While younger children have less severe symptoms when contracting COVID-19, those with underlying conditions and students older than 10 can suffer long-term health problems or even death. Students in this age group, our 4th through 12th graders, currently stand at 196 cases in the state. Dr. Zink stated that children in this age group spread the virus the same as adults. Students will get sick. I am not ready to lose a student to COVID-19. I am concerned about my fellow educators. The Kaiser Family Foundation reports that 1 in 4 educators are at a high risk of serious illness if they contract COVID-19. 3 teachers in Arizona tested positive after teaching summer school online in a social distance hygienic classroom. 1 of the teachers died from COVID-19. We are asking our teachers to be in a room with half and eventually full class sizes when it is consistently stated by health officials to avoid such situations to prevent the virus from spreading. How is the face-to-face learning environment different from being in a restaurant? It seems like it would be worse since we will be in a confined space with the same group of people for several hours. I am not ready to lose a coworker to COVID-19. Our family has decided that our children will be attending virtually until we feel it is actually safe to return. My parents who are in the high-risk category will be assisting our children through online learning in our home. It is up to me to do everything I can to protect my family. I am not ready to lose a family member to COVID-19. I urge you to consider starting the school year off with the full distance learning option as a more cautious approach to ensure safety of our students, staff, and their families. Where our cases stand today, we are putting a lot of people at risk. A colleague stated best, as a teacher and a parent, we can recover lost standings in education. We can never recover from a child, student, or teacher lost to COVID-19. Yes, online and distance education is not always easy and presents challenges, but responsibly returning to schools in a safe manner is and should always be the forefront. As the COVID-19 cases rise, so do the risks associated with safety returning to school. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have speaker number 8 on the telephone, Barb Clark. Barb, are you with us?
Hi, I am here, yes.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Barb Clark, and this will be my 21st year at West. I started my career late in life. I was 51, so today I'm 72, and I just renewed my certification for another 5 years. I love teaching. I'm well aware that my age puts me at a higher risk for COVID-19, and I take that seriously. Except for a walk most evenings and a weekly spin to keep the car battery alive, I pretty much haven't left my house since the start of spring break. I understand that I could ask to be one of the teachers working from home, and I will not be doing that. My principal is going to have the unenviable task of deciding which work from home requests to grant and which to regretfully turn down. If buildings open, he'll need enough teachers, counselors, and support staff to welcome and safely serve as many students as show up, and I believe the district's family survey said that'd be about 72%. Approximately 1/3 of American teachers are over 50. Being old is just not that unusual. There's your 25% of the building right there that are in the building. And then you count the younger staff who are immunocompromised or have asthma or diabetes or have any of dozens of risk amplifying factors. And then you figure in the ones who live with people at risk, elders, infants, the chronically sick, or just people with children. Who wants to infect their own kids with something like that? Something that we're learning can cause lifelong damage. My kids are long grown and gone. At least I don't have anybody to worry about bringing that home to. I just don't see us fielding a team of the safe or a team of the willing. Mr. G is going to have to make some awful choices. And that's not fair. It's not fair to ask that of Mr. G. I've never met an administrator who knows or cares about as much about his staff as Mr. G does, and I've met some good ones. How's he supposed to choose? And it's not fair to ask it of us. Anything that puts teachers, counselors, and nurses in competition with each other for who's going to be safe and who isn't is antithetical to the relationship I want to have with my colleagues, many of whom are also dear friends. I can't imagine, and I don't want to find out, how I'd feel if I opted to stay out and another teacher sickened, sustained permanent health impairment, or died in my place. I know I haven't said anything yet about our students because I know other speakers will. This is just the piece I chose because I thought someone should represent the elders. About our students, I'll just say that I've seen the math that says that if we open our buildings, 4 or 5 students might well get sick enough to die. I've been to 4 student funerals in my career. 4 is a staggeringly large number of dead kids. So is 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up on the telephone is speaker number 9, Marnie Hardill. Marnie, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. My name is Marnie Hartill, and I'm speaking as an individual. I empathize with parents and students who want to come to school like normal. The daily rituals of school will transform to an unrecognizable new normal, which I'd like to describe in the student perspective. As a student, I will no longer share a seat with a friend on the bus. I cannot hug, hold hands, high five, handshake, or fist bump friends and teachers. We walk in lines, 6 feet apart. Our desks are arranged the same. I can't see my friend smile or even know when she frowns. I can't meet my buddies at recess to exchange Pokemon or magic cards. My BFFs and I can't sit on the playground together doing hand clapping games. No more mingling with friends by the lockers or sharing food and conversation in the cafeteria. No more club meetings in the library at lunch. Instead, I sit quietly in the classroom with my cohort, class, and teacher. No socializing until we're all finished eating and all our masks are back on. In middle school, we have only 3 classes a day and they get long. No more beanbags, seat cushions, headsets, scissors, markers, math manipulatives, and books to share. Now the classroom seems empty. What if I forget to bring my pencil? What if I forget to bring my Chromebook? We can't share items. I learned that hand sanitizer is not to be used as a projectile, and that it's as strong as nail polish remover. Many of our knuckles are cracked and chapped. My teacher can't hear me through my mask. I have to repeat myself a lot. We don't stand up to do loud rhyming chants or sing fun songs anymore. We line up between classes to wash our hands in the bathroom, which is awkward in high school. It gets really annoying playing whack-a-mole with a sink faucet. I catch the trickle to wash my hands in a shallow communal trough. I can't visit the nurse to ask a personal question. It's only for emergencies. Gym feels like basic training or conditioning, the way we run, stretch, and do our drills apart. In winter, PE classes are much smaller because we can't work out in masks. Staff ride a floor scrubber to clean the gym floor between sessions. No more ball sports, no more contact sports or bus trips to compete in state tournaments. The Olympics were canceled anyway. Birthday cupcakes, trick-or-treating, Secret Santa, the holiday potluck, the Valentine's exchange, all postponed. No more school dances like homecoming or prom. No more pep assemblies where we sing the national anthem and the school fight song together with pride. No more live performance theater, dance recitals, orchestra, or band concerts. No more singing together in the choir. Let me shift back to my own voice as a teacher. I encourage you to listen to this weekend's brief NPR radio story, Singing in the Dark Times, about Eric Whitaker's virtual choir. It brought me tears of sadness and joy to hear 17,500 voices from across the world singing in unison. I don't have enough time here to offer many words of comfort, but while we witness this jarring shift in our cultural anthropology, let us teach our youth the important values: humility, resilience, compassion, forgiveness, and love. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, speaker number 10 in person, Corey Aist. Thank you. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Corey Aist, president of the Anchorage Education Association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. The AEA Board of Directors unanimously believe returning to our schools in person is not supported by the current data, which indicates the spread of COVID-19 is accelerating in Anchorage. AEA recognizes the enormous efforts ASD leadership is taking to support learning in the schools in the era of COVID. However, no amount of preparation is adequate to combat the reality of human behavior, especially when it comes to children. Stress, uncertainty, fear, fatigue, and complacency are all real and present emotions that may derail the best of any infection prevention plan. AEA members want to be in the schools with their students. That's our love, our passion, teaching, with the unified goal of maximizing student achievement. So many aspects of the pandemic have become victim to politics. Let us not allow the ultimate safety of our children, the safety of our staff, and the safety of our families also fall prey to decisions made for political gain rather than decisions made based on science for the health of our community. State officials urge people to avoid certain high-risk activities. These include being in enclosed spaces, being in crowds where physical distancing is not possible, having interactions lasting longer than 15 minutes with people outside of your household, and being around forceful exhalations such as coughing, yelling, and singing. This description sounds a whole lot like my classroom. As much as we all want to return to life as we knew it before COVID, returning to school now will not be normal. There will be no project-based learning in groups, no choir performances, no band and orchestra as we knew it, no lunchrooms, no games at recess, no group projects with building materials or manipulatives, no children sitting together with friends eating lunch, no dances, no assemblies, no clubs, no leaving school at lunch. If the motivation to put children back in school is to return to normal, we will all be disappointed. The American Academy of Pediatrics statement regarding students in schools should be read in context. we must pursue and I quote, "We must pursue reopening in a way that is safe for all students, teachers, and staff. Science should drive decision-making on safely reopening schools. Public health agencies must make recommendations based on evidence, not politics." Again, their statement for opening schools was in context of a safe reopening. AEA looks forward to the day when Anchorage and the state of Alaska meet the guidelines established by the CDC to reopen schools. Until then, to get there, I'm asking the ASD board to speak to the community, to ask them to do their part in helping us contain the spread of COVID-19.
Corey?
So schools can open safely, so we can all return to our classrooms.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up on the telephone, we have speaker number 11, Vicki McCall. Vicki, are you with us?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Vicki McCall, and I am currently the library teacher at Baxter Elementary. I have been teaching for 28 years, 25 with ASD. I have serious concerns, fears in fact, regarding the safety of in-person school in even a limited fashion given the current community spread of COVID-19. Our case counts go up almost daily. Studies are showing COVID is more airborne than originally thought, that it is not realistic for ASD to upgrade all HVAC systems to minimize the spread. Despite Dr. Bishop's adamance that students and staff will be expected to wear masks, how will we enforce it with children? Even if we do begin the year online, as is now being considered, we have no idea how long that will last and if it will be truly safe when in-person school resumes. Many argue children are minimally susceptible and don't spread this disease. Yet numbers of those 18 and younger testing positive are increasing regularly. There is also increasing evidence that even those with mild and asymptomatic cases suffer long-term, possibly permanent lung and brain damage. I am so concerned about increasing the spread by confining groups of students and teachers in small classrooms for 5.5 hours a day that I met with a retirement counselor that I found this morning and am seriously considering retiring rather than returning to school this year. My fear is not just for myself. My significant other is, to quote his doctor, severely immunocompromised, and I would bring my exposure home to him. Retirement is not my first choice, but as our only income, leave without pay is not an option. I have asked about online positions for this year, but there is still no information as to how to apply for those positions or which teachers will have that option. In case I do have to go back into a classroom, I have purchased long lab coats, KN95 masks, and a face shield to wear in an effort to protect myself and my loved one. Again, I do not want to retire right now, especially without saying goodbye to my students and coworkers, but I have to protect my family. My decision depends heavily on your decision and must be made soon. I know you are in an impossible position, and whatever you decide, you will be told you are wrong. Would you rather be blamed for being cautious or because people died? We all want the same thing, our students to have the best education possible. The question is, at what price? How disruptive will it be to shift to fully online before the end of the first quarter? How many students and teachers infected, possibly killed, is too many? How much emotional and psychological trauma from those infections and deaths is too much for our children and teachers? Is it worth risking that at all when you have the option to avoid it completely by holding school online until the case numbers come down significantly? Do we want the last page in the 2020-21 yearbooks to be an in memoriam page listing the students and staff who died from COVID-19? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Speaker number 12 on the telephone is Jessica Cook. Jessica, are you with us? Jessica Cook? All right, we'll move on to speaker number 13, Megan McBride. Are you with us?
Yes, hello.
You have 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
My name is Megan McBride. I'm an ASD high school teacher as well as a former ASD student and graduate. First of all, I want to say thank you to everyone at the district who has been working tirelessly to adapt and respond to this crazy time we are in. I was so relieved to see ADN and KTUU report today that the district is prioritizing safety and will not send everyone back to in-person classes next month with the current levels of COVID. Please pressure the governor, the mayor, and the community to do more to bring our COVID numbers down so that we can safely return to school soon. I know the district has been creating engaging, meaningful online classes that will be very different than the courses patched together last spring, and I believe that we can hugely improve the online learning experience. However, there are big questions of equity with online learning. Students of color, students with special needs, English language learners, and students living in poverty are less likely to succeed with online schooling. And when COVID levels drop, I am concerned with the plan for the medium risk levels. It is unsafe to bring everyone back into buildings at a medium high risk level. And it is inequitable to create a situation where privileged families are able to do online schooling and marginalized families are not given more support. Additionally, the hybrid model poses too many challenges for students and teachers. Earlier, Dr. Bishop mentioned the success of daily texting and flexible schedules for online learning in the summer extension program. Teachers cannot support online learning for one cohort while they are teaching another group in person on the same day. Instead of the current proposed district plan for reentry, I suggest we use the MTSS, multi-tiered systems of support framework, to prioritize who has priority access to in-person classrooms. Let's put the needs of children with disabilities and other children who really need in-person education first. I urge the district to work with the municipality and state on a comprehensive set of strategies to ensure equity for the families that are most burdened by this pandemic and by online education. For example, financial support to parents who are burdened by childcare needs or must reduce work hours while in-person school is not in session. This fall will be a return to school like never before. I know the district has been spending all summer preparing for this, but I don't think that teachers or families feel prepared for any of the scenarios. Teachers need time to receive training on social and emotional support we will provide students, time to familiarize ourselves with the curriculum shells that working groups are putting together as we speak. Teachers need training and best practices for engaging and meaningful online learning, and time to modify and adjust our curriculum to this new reality.
Megan?
I ask you today to delay the start of the school year to give the district more time to ensure our school start plans are safe, equitable, and prioritize the children who need in-person education the most. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have speaker number 14, Polly Carr. Polly, are you with us?
Hi there. My name is Polly Carr, and I am a mother of a 9-year-old daughter attending the Anchorage School District. I am calling in from Denina Lands. I applaud the school district for attempting to develop a thoughtful plan to reopen our schools this fall, and I thank everyone for the labor and time that I can only imagine has gone into that. And I appreciate today's announcement moving online in the face of spiking COVID cases. But we must address additional equity and safety concerns and reconsider official start dates until a more robust plan that fully addresses the needs of every student and family can be established. I'm a parent of privilege. I am white. I have a working partner who can split childcare support with me. I have reliable internet, and I have a job that allows me to work from home. But I'm not here to advocate for my child. We must advocate for our entire student community if we are going to be successful in this moment. Online education, from all perspectives, has been lacking in low quality, in need of a significant overhaul. If we are to start the school year online, we need more time. Time for educators to do more preparation and curriculum development, for comprehensive audits of home internet and device capacity for every family, for learning which families are in need of childcare, and for figuring out how to best support students with special needs. We need to create a multi-tiered system so we can better understand and build around what all kids need, what some kids need, and what a few kids need. I would ask you to address the following before reopening. 1, to contract additional outside assistance about the plan being presented, knowing that everyone involved has really been maxed to their capacity in coming up with what has been produced. 2, produce an equity plan. I can provide more details in writing, and many people have spoken to it today. 3, work with our municipality and community partners to produce innovative supplemental education and high quality childcare to address the mental, physical, and emotional health needs of our students who will feel increasingly isolated by an online-only environment. Prioritize students most in need. Trailside Discovery Camp, Campfire, Schools on Trails, the Alaska Native Heritage Center, and others could possibly offer outdoor, experiential, or language immersion programming that also connects students with the land and culture, building up resiliency, and engaging them in healthy activities. My organization hosts Trailside, and I know that we are ready to roll up our sleeves and help. I would also invite you to work with our municipality, state, parents, and organizations to advocate for more funding relief and support to fill gaps in childcare for working parents and providers. The decisions we make now will put us on a trajectory of success or deep regret. In this moment, we need to ask ourselves, what do we really want for our children? Will our choices build a collective community, or will they fragment us further in a system that is already designed to marginalize vulnerable populations? As a working parent and a member of this community, I am dedicated to a system that works for all, and I am more than willing to co-conspire, problem solve, and innovate with others to achieve that. On behalf of my family and with concern for all of our students, educators, and families in the district, I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Polly. I am going to go back up to speaker number 12 who has joined us. Jessica Cook, are you on the line?
Yes, can you hear me now?
I sure can, thank you. You have 3 minutes, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Good evening, President Vicalis, school board members, and district leadership. And thank you for your leadership in these amazingly, and to use a catchphrase these days, unprecedented times. We have all, in our own ways, had to respond quickly, without certainty, doing our best to take care of ourselves, each other, and our community. This has not been an easy nor a certain path. As we move into the fall 2020 semester, things are still rapidly evolving, but we have a brief window in time to take a pause and move from being reactive to having proactive leadership as we decide the next best steps for supporting the educational needs of our community. It is my love of teaching and learning, coupled with my care for our community, that implores you to focus on a virtual-only learning solution for at least the fall semester of 2020. Now, I'm not an expert in interpreting and processing all the data. While every side can actually find data to point to and support their perspectives, it seems certain that cases are climbing at higher rates as communities open. Virtual education is not ideal, but it is safe. And as educators, we are compelled to be a safe place for children. As much as I would love nothing more than to be in my classroom with all of my students, it is not safe for them. It is not safe for me. It is not safe for our community. Are we so bold and willing to gamble with the health and safety of the students and staff of our schools, and through that contact all of their families, which then extends to coworkers and others in expanding social circles? I'm worried. I am worried about my students, my children, my grandchildren, and all of their families, because they're my family too. We have a path that, while not ideal, is a win-win. With remote learning, we can support safe physical distancing and create an active educational climate. It will require us as educators to put learning into practice and become even more proficient using 21st century tools, tactics, and techniques. Anything less than a full virtual environment amounts to a distraction from the district's mission of educating all students for success in life, while putting staff at risk and producing a negated educational experience for our students. While there may be many possible options for how we approach education this fall, and while I am a fan of as many possible solutions, it is clear that the best option is
Jessica?
right now. The economic impacts are felt around the world. I understand people need to work. My household is not immune. Yes?
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Next up is speaker number 15 on the telephone, Jenna Valdeviez. Are you with us, Jenna? Jenna? All right, moving on, but we may be able to come back. Speaker number 16 in person, Heather Bascom.
Members of the board, my name is Heather Bascom, and I'm a parent and a teacher with ASD. I'm here to beg you to keep semester classes for secondary school, whether they're in person or online. I am very concerned that my children will have no opportunity to learn the material they need to meet their future goals. Moving to a 3-class quarter system does not fix the challenges we had with online education. It creates new problems. Math, foreign language, music, and AP courses all require regular, repeated practice, skill, and knowledge building. Block scheduling can only do so much when the number of weeks to learn complex material is cut in half. By necessity, less information will be taught and taught significantly faster. Courses like math will need to teach 2 or more lessons per day. Some schools already use 80-minute blocks, but they don't teach 2 lessons per day. Kids just can't learn it faster because we ask them to. Those with learning or behavioral disabilities will be even more disadvantaged, as these are the students who need the most structure and support, struggle the most with block classes, and need the most time to learn new material. We already have a need for review after the school closure. By alternating quarters off from a subject, we guarantee students will spend most of their time reviewing material that they never really learned the first time, not learning anything new. The purpose of school is supposed to be learning, not grades. It doesn't matter what grade you get in an AP class if you can't pass the AP test. Our students will be unprepared for their future courses and unable to compete with other children around the nation. All new things have learning curves. This includes things for adults. Our principals and counselors will need to completely reduce schedules for schools and every student on extremely short notice. Our teachers are going to have to struggle to adapt curricula, lessons, and teaching style to a new and a vastly accelerated pacing. What lessons or concepts can I best combine? Which things might I be able to skip without it doing too much of an impact? How can I keep my students, who are fairly young, they're middle schoolers, engaged for such long blocks of time? What content can be moved online, and what should I really try to do in person, if that's an option? Even the best, most experienced teachers are going to struggle daily. It seems clear that online learning is going to be a fact of life for probably several times this year. Last spring, most parents were home as Anchorage was effectively closed. That is no longer the case. Parents were home. They struggled with the online education, but they were there and they really, really tried. Parents are now back at work. By compressing and accelerating the content, that means students fall more than twice as far behind with every single missed day. This plan greatly raises the stakes of online schooling. You have no time to make a mistake, have an off day, or get sick. Students who struggled with online courses in the spring are going to fall much further behind with this. Education is critical to providing a future for our children. This change intentionally creates a system in which no one can excel, where students can learn very little with significant disruptions to both home and school. We know this will be a challenging year. Why are we intentionally creating problems? Please keep the semester system.
Thank you. Next up on the telephone, speaker number 17, Helena Schmitz. Helena, are you with us? Oh, you're here. Okay. Oh, I saw your telephone number. Apologies. You have 3 minutes, please.
Okay. My name is Melina Smith. I am partially for school starting. I'm not a public health official, but I work in a laboratory that runs COVID samples 24/7, so I'm literally swimming in it. Masks do work. We do not wear N95 masks at work. It's these kind of masks, and no one has gotten COVID yet since the pandemic started. I feel that we are giving not the benefit of doubt for our children. They are very smart. Safety can occur in school environments. I don't know what has been said or hasn't been said. I haven't been following, but I feel that hiring more nurses and janitors might be helpful. Having healthcare workers assess your school and playgrounds, because everyone in every school is different. Some playgrounds are more high risk than others. And one thing that I haven't noticed anybody speaking about is that parents, teachers, and everyone here must teach compassion and understanding. Children are taught fear. I see that in my son already. Fear is not going to help us in this situation. We have a full year of this ahead of us. I'm worried that children are going to be mean to each other because of this fear. They're not going to be able to focus in school because of fear. Be an example of how you would want to be in a more stressful environment, more helpful and caring. Make this a big opportunity to teach your children, whether they go to school or not, for teamwork. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On the telephone, I think I got this one right. Speaker number 18, Celeste Hodge. Celeste, are you with us? Celeste? Moving on, speaker number 19 on the telephone, Michaela Kolarok. Michaela, are you with us?
Hi, can you hear me?
I sure can. You have 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Michaela Kolarok, and I'm a special education teacher going into my 7th year with the district. Like any other teacher, I love my students and I love my job. For the 7 years I've worked for the district, I have willingly given of my talent, my time, and my treasure to the benefit of my students, because that is what teachers do. Any ask the district has made of me, I have tackled head on and said yes to. But this recent ask for the way that school could start has myself and my fellow teachers scratching our heads, because for the first time we are saying to ourselves, this just isn't right. My back to school shopping list has consisted of trying to find PPE similar to what is being used in hospitals so I can protect myself and my family. My to-do list involves setting up my garage so I can sleep there in the event that I am exposed to COVID on the job. It also includes creating a will. In ASD, we believe in data. Data is how we make decisions. Data is how we drive our instruction. We believe in data because it lets us take the information we have and make the best decision possible. Our data-driven mindset is what is causing me and so many other educators to have grave concerns about the health and safety of ourselves and our students should the board approve in-person schooling in less than a month's time. So what's the data telling us? COVID cases are rising quickly in our state and, more importantly, in Anchorage. COVID cases are higher now than when buildings, not schooling, buildings were shut down in the spring. Hospitals in Anchorage are giving projections that quickly put them at capacity and render them unable to care for the sick. We know that kids don't just carry COVID, they can and do become ill, and this is also the case for teenagers. The data also tells us that the district cannot implement CDC guidelines like 6 feet of distance because of the nature of our jobs, the nature of children, existing class sizes, and limits on the physical size of our rooms. The data is telling us that for the health and safety of students, staff, and their families, in-person schooling puts it all at risk. I am asking the board to make a decision based on the data. If the health and safety of all are the highest value, the choice to go back to in-person schooling does not make sense. I usually get excited to go back to school every year, but this year I am dreading the SEL lessons I will have to teach about the death of a classmate or staff because of COVID. I'm trying to push to the back of my mind the thought that instead of doing grades at the end of Q1, I might be dying alone in a COVID ward, that I might not get to hug my husband and my girls, one of whom is just 6 months old, goodbye one last time because we went to school in person. I urge you, the board, to look at the data, to hear our pleas, and to make school safe for everyone.
Michaela?
Yes.
I apologize. Your time is up. I appreciate everybody's patience while we're working through all the telephone testimony and stuff like that. I do have 2 previous speakers that were missed that are both on the phone. I'm going to go back up to speaker number 15, Jenna Valdiviez. Jenna, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, you have 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you so much for hearing my testimony tonight. I want to start by thanking all of you for your leadership role in our community. How one leads says a great deal about them, and how one leads during chaotic and uncertain times says even more. We're in those times right now. As Anchorage grapples with how and what of opening school buildings during a pandemic, I'd like you to consider what's being asked of you. It's not just about opening school buildings. You're being asked, is this normal? And your response will send a message to our children, our families, our community, and the state with immense impact. And let's be perfectly clear, this is not normal. The reality is that by opening schools, even 2 days a week, we are normalizing this pandemic and accepting the fact that people, including children, will get sick and die. All the while, we are telling families that they have a choice, but really only families with the resources to homeschool have choice. It's an illusion of choice only available to some in our community. By opening schools, we are telling our community it's business as usual. It's not business as usual. People need help and they need support. They do not need this pandemic to be normalized. We can see how well that has gone for places like Texas and Florida who push to get back to normal, and this is not normal. I understand people need to work and they need their children to be at school during the day. I completely understand that. However, we have to keep our schools safe. It should not land on our shoulders, on your shoulders, on our children's shoulders to open schools so people can get back to work. We should not be asked to normalize something that is not normal, and this is not normal. The ASD, the municipality, the state, the federal government, business leaders, the nonprofit organizations need to collaborate to support families and students during this time. Anchorage is an amazing community filled with amazing people, and this is an opportunity for us to come together and support one another. We teach our kids to be resilient and creative. That's what we need to be. Our energy should be spent helping and supporting families as they navigate these uncertain times. Opening school buildings does not do that. Normalizing this pandemic does not do that. I'd like to leave you with the wise words of They Might Be Giants. When I'm seeking knowledge, either simple or abstract, the facts are with science, the facts are with science. Science is real, science is real, science is real. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you very much, Jenna. I'm going to next go down to speaker number 18, Celeste Hodge. Celeste, are you with us? Oh, think so? Okay. All right, I don't hear Celeste. We'll see if she comes back on for this second round. We are at 1 hour of public testimony, which we had stated that we would do. I'm going to step outside and ask the board for just a quick straw poll. We have one young member in the audience. He is a student who they were under the impression that they could come and sign up for testimony here at the building if they came in person. And so if the board members are okay with that, just give me a thumbs up, and I'd like to allow him to have his 3 minutes. Perfect.
I'm okay with that.
Thank you, Dave. All right, we are going to grab him and give him his 3 minutes. Thank you for joining us tonight. If you could please state your name for the record.
I'm Connor Bracken.
Connor Bracken, thank you. You have 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
I'm an 8th grade student at Hanshu Middle School, and I'm supposed to be taking geometry, accelerated social studies, and accelerated language arts. I'm concerned how school will be going because many people, including myself, are in advanced classes, and I'm worried that classes will be cut and people in advanced classes will be put in grade level associated classes. I'm concerned about this because students can and will be affected by this all the way up to and after high school graduation. For example, if advanced classes are cut this year, many people will lose, or many people in those classes will be put in classes far too easy for them, and cutting these classes will also affect the credits they make in high school. My question is to you is, what would an average day of school look like this year? What subjects will be available to students? Thank you for listening to my concerns.
Thank you very much for joining us tonight. To the speakers that are on the phone line, speakers number 20 through 50, we will get to you at our second public testimony, and we will hear all of you no matter how long it takes. We are going to move forward in our agenda. I do want to acknowledge on the board agenda in board docs, the written public testimony for the public and board members to read. We have between 60 and 70 written testimony that was submitted. And so encourage everybody who is interested to please go out and read all of those. Next up on our agenda is the superintendent update, and I'm going to pass this over to Dr. Dina Bishop.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate the time, and while the information's being queued up, I do want to share with everyone that our school calendar does start on August 20th. With it, we do continue to have a kindergarten roll-in, and President Michaela's asked me to clarify that in regard to specifically the school calendar, as we just saw some differences in regard to social media. So I'm going to start the update with sharing some information in regard to, I would like to share information because I want to honor the Black Caucus and the ask that they had made after it was our board member and Senator Davis passed away, had made an original ask of this board to name this building after Senator Davis. And the board at that time made a decision, for those of you that weren't on the board, made a decision at that time to that we don't own this building, and that they wanted an owned facility to be named after Senator Davis. And board member representative, she was many titles and honor in her name. And so we wanted to be a participant on the city's group to name, because they also made a request of the city. We waited till the city finished theirs, and I think because they considered road names, different, maybe perhaps libraries, and the city decided, the city's task force for that decided to name that a school building would be the most appropriate, which was lovely because that was the same decision that this board had made. That was presented in December of last year. We were in the middle of the board's budget. Our policy calls for renaming a school having to be the schools that are to be renamed. The communities of those schools have to be engaged. And that's our policy. And so we went back to those communities. There was a list of 3 schools, they were named. And the work had started, but the work certainly wasn't finished, and the pandemic occurred. So I do regret that a second Betty Davis summit occurred without a name, because the first one requested it, but that has been part of our work in re-engaging schools and getting back. Obviously, this has taken the time. So I do want to honor the late Senator Davis and say that that is not forgotten. In fact, great consideration is going into that and involving the communities so that the name is discussed in pride, and sharing the history of Betty Davis to be able to allow that to happen. And I did want to speak to that because it isn't certainly forgotten. I enjoyed Miss Davis's candor with me. It was wonderful. She was a great board member. To that, let's go to the question in the room is really about the school start. There were a couple of testimony pieces, and I just saw the news that in asking about this year and what might happen, I shared our data. I shared our plan. Our plan is based on data, and that given the cases, certainly it is likely and highly probable that we will reach that high risk category. And then we were instantly moved. That information was moved out in the media. But I want to take a step back because much of the content was the district did this or administration. Just want to share again with our community and those watching, because this is what's in sight, how were decisions made in regard to the school start plan. And they really involve many different working groups. It isn't the district planning or the administration planning for the curriculum. If you look at the working group section that is informing the supports and the platform and the shells that you might have heard educators speak about, over 400 educators presently are working on those course shells, ASD educators. And we look to support that curriculum and the pedagogy and the training. It's all wrapped up in the training. Thank you to the board for postponing school for 2 days. We wanted to ensure no matter what level we were on that we had to get back with our teachers so we have a full week with our teachers before seeing any students. But the task force is made of major stakeholders in the district, including unions as well as leads of different sectors, whether it's the safety, instruction, special education. So all the different needs that we have are really built in that school task force. And then, of course, we ran community advisory teams to be able to give input, share the community advice that they have with us about what they would like to see, what are the roadblocks. And of course, some of those things mentioned about, are we reaching out to our community? Nonprofits and before and after care we're part of that, and the continued partnership with what the needs are with preschools, as well as what are we doing with university was on there. The City of Anchorage, the police department, I think I showed University of Alaska. So lots of our partners were involved in just keeping the flow of information so that decisions weren't made in a vacuum. And so I wanted to share that. And another opportunity that we had, and actually President Vacalis was a part of that as well. Our plans in ASD were vetted nationally at Harvard University in their public education leadership program. We were invited as one of the largest school districts in the nation to be able to present there and have it peer reviewed by other superintendents, other board members, other experts for transportation, other experts for food service, other experts in curriculum. Because obviously a pandemic hasn't occurred in the last 100 years to be able to do the planning. So I do want to share that our reach actually was beyond Alaska in this plan. And in fact, our plan was, I think, really a lot of our plan was actually adopted by other school districts when they heard some of the things that we had done in regard to involving our different groups and planning for possible online learning, as well as blended and ASD virtual, different options for families. The plan also includes deploying technology earlier, utilizing resources to support people, and again, just a multitude of people. So some of the comments were really based around a smaller understanding of what's going on. And with that, I encourage everyone to please go visit the website. You will find a great amount of information labeled there. And I'm going to go to the website after I share a few of the primary decision-making points, because those are the main questions given in the feedback or in the emails to me in regard to how are we making decisions. So the plan that we shared a couple of weeks ago was where we shared the risk level and what we would do at that risk level. And so this document gives the information to the public, our parents, our teachers, anyone that can go to the website and understand right away, where are we and what are we doing? And how are you making your decisions? And how do you know what you know? We've utilized the Department of Health and Social Services, the municipality of Anchorage. Please know that our nursing division chair, our director, sits every day with the city, with our Dr. Chandler, is able to make those contacts, sits on the EOC, gets the updates along with our safety personnel, our director, Ashley Lawley. So daily we are involved with the people, with the experts, specifically Dr. McLaughlin is part of that group. We have local as well as statewide, health and medical experts if you want to talk to the science aspect of this. So we utilized the Department of Health and Social Services information in creating their dashboard and their chart, if you will, of decision making. And again, this is informed by the state medical officer, Dr. Zink, as well as the state epidemiologist teams, modeling and metrics about the virus and its spread. And so for 6 weeks, we have had an understanding of how do we keep account. And we've been watching it on TV, and it's been pretty steady. As of the 2 weeks after July 4th, it's grown quite a bit. But this will determine on the left-hand side, what are the metrics in the science behind it? And then what would that look like on the right side with our decision-making metrics? There are different colors used by the Department of Education and Early Development, and that's the right. We have a green, yellow, red. They used traffic light. The Department of DHSS of Health and Social Services really utilized that orange color there, and then a yellow for low. So that will let you know what risk category we're in and how we're making those decisions. And as you can tell, the comments made when asked a specific question to be highly transparent, when I answered, the probability of moving into a high risk category is pretty high, simply because we are using the data. And the DHSS, as of last Thursday, started publishing 7 day. We haven't even had 7 days of 7-day data. And the mean, it was prior to that time, 14 days. But again, they're learning more, they're adjusting, and they're providing additional information. The 7-day average is just for us to have a better picture of where the 14-day mean lies. Is it going up or down? So once we have that, we designed a plan that was flexible and nimble. And this is what we shared a couple of weeks ago, that our plan and some of the tenets of the plan had to address equity. We wanted it to be able to be implemented and to be flexible and nimble in moving in the different risk levels. The educators, 400 educators that are working this summer, are not just preparing for the medium high risk. In doing so, we're ready for the high risk, as well as low risk really is more of what we know. So that one would have been the easiest. They're also working to do ASD at home and really support a new virtual learning robust program that allows choice for parents. And we're offering the choices and putting in the supports to make that as equitable as possible. But then that will share additional information with our community about who would go to school, who would not, how many days a week, what does this look like as the decisions are made. Again, at the time, we were 18 new cases on average over 14 days when we shared and came out. Since then, it's changed quite a bit. Yesterday, it was 25 mean over 2 weeks. Today, it's 27. You can tell as a math teacher why I'm thinking a high probability that we will be more in a high risk than we would be in a medium risk level. And so with that, I encourage again, when we're hearing things from other people or reading things online, that the best place to go is back to the website, and I'll share with you some of the additional information that we can find that these planning teams have been supporting. We also have a response matrix that we'll go into a little later, because once we are in school, the next question was, what would we do if we had a case? And again, this was informed by the medical community who have been responding. And at our later session, Tom Roth will go into the details of that and the questions. And it really all matters, simply how they're contact tracing. Is it a single case in a single family? Is it multiple cases in a single family, in a single school? Are there multiple cases in multiple schools around our city? And those are all the pieces of information that we have learned to how to mitigate risk. But given that, I wanted to jump into the website. This is just a screenshot, and we're going to go live into the website. It's very front and center. That was a recommendation from our board to be able to have it easily navigated. And so thank you for that support and feedback. At the bottom, if parents just want to know about, is it ASD in school or ASD at home, those are the options, and they can get there pretty quickly. As well as we had a member this evening, Mrs. Lesson, said, I shared 240 questions, and I want to know that there's probably been many of those questions plus some provided, and we've really put them in chunks, and the board assisted us in categories and put them on the FAQs. And so the answers aren't just going to be delivered directly out. We want all our community to have access to that information. But if you wanted to know, let me just look at this back to start plan. Let me go here, and it'll take you to all the information. I did just share the risk level decision matrix, and I want you to see what that looks like. What we've done from a recommendation from our board president is say, can you just put that information right on the front page? And so you can tell that 27 is for us still a medium risk category, breaching that high risk. Because if you use those data points that we have, high risk is greater than 29 cases. And so 14-day rolling average is 27. And we stayed at under 20 for probably a month, and we've moved from 20 to 27 in 3 days. It's significantly growing. But our parents can go immediately there, and our staff, stakeholders, and say, what risk level are we in? And then the 7-day, again, average was placed on there. And I was on a call with Dr. McLaughlin last week, and he said he really wanted to put that up there so that when you have a mean, you can have outliers. But where is the mode, if you will, or the majority of numbers going into that average? And that's obviously higher. So you know that the most recent numbers are higher. So it gives you a directional insight about where it's going. So again, these are just posted again. I shared one side by side, and just because it's a online view, it looks a different way. But we have the school start guidelines, risk level response plan, which we just shared as well, that Tom can go into. What do we do when we have a confirmed case? What about the safety protocol information? What are we going to do? And why don't we test? And why are we not doing this? Why would you select a cohort model? What about immersion? That's a big question. What about me leaving for homeschooling, coming back? When can I have computers deployed? How do I get connectivity? We're really having staff work diligently that when new questions come up, to actually place back in these general categories for understanding. If you look at ASD in school and ASD virtual, ASD in school at a high risk is essentially e-learning. It's a blended model, and that's what we were providing those shells for teachers. But again, the teachers are providing the shells for teachers. Part of the planning this summer is about the professional development, is about the collaboration, is about the flexibility and how to really take one of those shells and make the decisions around your class and the needs of your students, and then design what you'd like. In each of these categories, we've reposted the risk levels so that the understanding is there in the FAQs. If you look at the ASD virtual, there's two options. For ASD at home, we have the virtual program that keeps you tied to your school, as well as we have had 3 different highly successful homeschool programs, Frontier Charter, Family Partnership Charter, as well as Paideia. And so those are also options, but students would leave their present school and move. Again, the information is new as far as it gets done, it gets posted. We're getting better. We have our staff back now in full force and want to meet the needs. And so if the biggest message is please use the facts. Yes, we are using science and data from the experts who, again, their information is new and changing, as I just shared. And so as we're informed, we will continue to plan for the safety and well-being of students and provide what we can. And I wanted to take the time during the superintendent report to just share the bigger picture so that whether it's anyone watching, if questions come in, or if you hear something that sounds just not right, send folks back to the webpage to get the real-time information to understand where we are. And again, we'll just be flexible and to the new learnings of the health community as they provide those. And so, Madam President, that is the conclusion of my superintendent report. And of course, the details of the plan and speakers to speak on the education pieces and the deep dives into special education and the coursework for teachers. All of that is provided by staff during that non-action work session for you. They will be here, not to elongate my time. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I got a note that says Board Member Donnelly has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. At our April 21st meeting, I brought up the problem that parents were encountering with the inconsistency from instructor to instructor about the amount of delivery of educational content over the internet. I brought up again May 26th meeting, and still I had requested that there be some minimum established that we expected of our instructors. No minimum was established again. Then I brought it up again in June, I believe, and was told that the plan for this fall would include that. Looking at the plan on the website, there's no guarantee there or no minimum standard for instructors as far as the daily educational content delivered over the internet. That makes it really hard for parents who've been burned by what happened last spring to make any kind of rational decision about what kind of content is going to be offered this time. We need a minimum requirement for all our instructors for time face-to-face over the internet if we go to distance learning. We discussed this, and I don't see that yet. So what is this? What are you proposing for the minimum standard for our instructors so that parents will know that in making their decisions about whether to choosing homeschool or some other alternative?
Thank you, Member Donnelly. And there will be an update of that during the afternoon or the later session. Dr. Stock will speak to that. I want you to know that that was presented to the school task force, whereby the president of AEA and other stakeholders are involved in creating the guidelines and I guess those teacher expectations, if you will, in regard to online, not just direct online and direct asynchronous or synchronous services, but other details about how we will move forward. And so that is being worked out now in the plan, but Mark Stock at the time, he can speak to that, about the expectations for educators. And again, educators involved in those expectations as well.
Thank you. Any other board members with questions for Dr. Bishop right now?
And I'm sure this will be in the next report as well. Who decides who works from home? My understanding was teachers would, once we knew what the need was, that teachers would be able to apply some way. But then I'm also hearing principals are making that determination.
Sure. So for the online virtual, there's really two different questions. If we're all at home on e-learning, or students are, there will be some expectation of going into your building. If you're in your classroom by yourself and needing to do teaching, primarily some of those expectations might be around internet usage, because many teachers shared that they were using their own usage from home. We were able to mitigate that with the supports that we were given by our local providers, but those supports end, I believe, September 30th. So the support around internet and the professionalism, there may be expectations to go to your classroom But you would, of course, like I come to this building, I'm not with all the children, right? I can be totally by myself during the day. So there isn't just because we're on high risk that everybody's home. I don't want that to be understood in that manner. For the virtual, though, if we were to have some face-to-face, and you're wondering who can have access to those virtual positions, certainly they're assignments in school. So similar at this point to how assignments are made in the building we might have 80 kids from a larger school. And so teachers within that building would be assigned, who would like, give us your interest. And then the principal would work with teachers in that regard. For online learning, and especially the virtual piece, which wouldn't be other classroom, it's really more of a model of virtual schools that are already happening with a coach and then teachers, because they might not be in and out. We are utilizing really to be able to get online synchronously and teach reading or teach math. Those teachers for the virtual side, I think are being selected through their interest and their pedagogy and interest in doing it. So there's quite a few different ways to select teachers for that. But certainly we wouldn't make an involuntary transfer according to the collective bargaining. And at this point, because this is new and assignments are given at schools, it would be how can we meet those needs at the school given the different assignments that open up. So it's not a cut and dry answer, but it's more along as an educator, an assignment in a school.
Thank you. And we know we are going to come circle back onto this at our non-action item and take a deeper dive. So,
yeah, and Matt Tieford shared that he would assist in answering that staffing question at our later meeting too, on our later session.
Okay. Next up on our agenda is the consent agenda. I would like to ask all board members to make sure that you are logged in and signed into board docs, as we will be voting the traditional way while we are in the building here. That's also a heads up to you, Dave. And so board member Bellamy, if you would kick us off with the consent agenda.
Yes, Madam President, I move to approve the consent agenda. April 21st, regular session meeting. April 24th, executive and special meeting minutes. May 12th, executive session, work and regular session minutes. May 26th, regular session minutes. And June 2nd, executive session minutes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Did board members have any comments or questions on the consent agenda?
I haven't been able to log in yet.
If you're comfortable, Dave, we can take a voice vote from you.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no questions or comments, board members, please proceed to vote. And Dave, you can register yours when you're ready.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll vote yes, and that my computer decided to restart and update right now.
Thank you very much. The consent agenda passes with 7 yeas and 0 nays. We're going to move on. We have 2 action items. At this time, we do not have any public testimony on the items. However, I believe we have a couple of folks in the audience that can answer any questions if the board has any. So, Member Bellamy, if you could please start us off.
Yes, Madam President. I move to approve ASD Memorandum Number 005 and adopt the tentative agreement between the district and the Public Employees Local 71, AFL-CIO, representing custodians and building plant operators, which will establish terms and conditions of employment for individuals in this unit during the period between July 1st, 2020 and June 30th, 2023.
Second.
Thank you. Did any board members have any questions on Memorandum 005? Seeing and hearing none, board members, please proceed to vote.
I vote yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. ASD Memorandum 005 passes with 7 yeas and 0 nays. Thank you. Member Bellamy, if you would please call the next one.
Yes, Madam President. I move to approve ASD Memorandum number 006, transfers of funds for various instructional and support items in the amount of $6,617,535 for fiscal year 1920 and $1,190,731 for fiscal year 2021 as listed in the memorandum.
Second.
Thank you. Did board members have any questions on Memorandum 006? Seeing and hearing none, if board members could please proceed to vote.
I vote yes.
Thank you, Dave. Andy, it's coming up. Thank you. ASD Memorandum number 006 passes with 7 yeas and 0 nays. Before we move on to our non-action items, because we've been going since about 4 o'clock, I have advised the board that we will take a 5-minute comfort break, and we will be back at 8 p.m. and start right at 8 on the nose. So, thank you.
Good. Yeah, and I'm going to reiterate again that today when you're 37. Until I jump in and go, okay, longer. Okay, this is what I think about it. I don't know, I'm just trying to listen and between the two teams and stuff like that. Okay. Yeah, it's a curiosity because I don't like to people off. I'm not sure exactly. I know. I'm so sorry. Like, that's very necessary. Very fun. I know. Not emotional, not like that. Like, really meant a lot. Like, thank you. Not you know, like, not emotional. All right. We go the same days every week. No, Janet, we together scheduled it in the room. There's 3 of us, 5 days. So, are we ready? Ladies?
All right, it is 8:01, and I want to go ahead and keep this going. We want to get the information out that the district has for us and to the community as well, and make sure that the community has time to give their feedback during public testimony as well. So at this time, we are on our non-action item, which is the ASD School Start 2021 Task Force Update. And what I just want to remind board members is that this is a recurring non-action item. For us to always be getting our updates and being able to ask questions and stuff like that. And so just wanting to just reiterate, this is always going to be there for a while. And so at this time, I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Dina Bishop. And
thank you, Madam President and School Board. At this time, the detail really of some of the other questions, I would request that staff provide that. I would like to start with the matrix decision-making about when we are back in school, and you know, we don't really know if this will be sooner or later, but the questions that came through is what would happen in a case, and we did review this information again with the professionals at the state and have our plan queried by them, and I'm going to turn it over to Tom Roth to really look at that matrix.
Thank you, Tom.
And so if you could go to the matrix that Tom has, boom, there it is.
There it is. So, thank you, Dr. Bishop, through the board president. So what I'd like to do is just take a couple of minutes and talk to the response matrix for confirmed COVID cases. And I want to emphasize that this is really a decision-making tool to assist the staff in its analysis and then subsequent recommendations to the superintendent to do something in the event of a confirmed COVID case. So just a couple of quick things, and then I'll get to a brief orientation and discussion of the matrix. So every case will be investigated, I guess would be the first point to make. Any reported confirmed COVID case is going to be investigated by the district. That going into this, our assumption is going to be that there has been transmission in schools, just based on our understanding of the time it takes for someone to be infected, for someone then to be subsequently tested and confirmed that there has been a period of time that the person may have been inside a school. The key tasks in all this, there are 3 primary tasks that result from the matrix. The first is that we need to identify individuals who may have been exposed to COVID-19 and then take appropriate action to mitigate risk of further contamination. That we have an immediate response to do a cleaning, a disinfection process of any school that we have reason to suspect may have been contaminated. And then lastly, we have a communication responsibility stakeholders, parents in school. So those are the three primary tasks. And I'm going to transition at this point to the matrix and just orient you really from the upper left corner, moving across. There are 4 columns. And the first is the situation column, and I'll talk more details on those, but there are 3 subcategories under situations. And as you move to the right, the second column is our evaluation, given the information that we have available of the probability of transmission in schools. From that, we have some assumptions that will inform what are the response options. So it's kind of a left to right flow by row as you think through the scenarios or the situations. So the first situation is that we have a single confirmed case in a school, whether it's a staff member, a student, and from that investigation will occur on the details of this confirmed COVID case. And again, the assumption being that there is that transmission did occur. If through that investigation we have a very strong reason to believe that it was almost a low to no risk of transmission, that we would most likely not recommend a building closure, but we would still notify stakeholders, parents of the event. So as you come further down on that same single case, again, the assumption being that there is a possible or suspicion that transmission occurred, that we could recommend upwards of a 24-hour period of school closure. Again, there's nothing magic about the 24 hours other than the task that I described earlier is confirming who may have been infected and then doing the necessary steps to disinfect the school and notification. Or based on that, we may, if we're able to mitigate those risks, that we may not recommend a closure. So that's a single confirmed COVID case in a school building. Moving down the situation list to the second, if we have greater than a single case, more than one case in a school in a very condensed time period, say 1 to 3 days, then the assumption being is that we have a much stronger possibility that transmission is occurring inside of the school. That is an assumption. So in this case, if you have more cases, there's probably more involved investigation to confirm who may have been exposed to and is at risk of COVID exposure or infection. So you see there's a 24 to 72 hour period. Again, there's nothing specific or magic about that other than to make sure that the investigation is thorough and complete. That again, we would continue to do a very thorough disinfection of the school building and then notify parents, stakeholders. So moving down, the last situation this is kind of a much more involved and complex issue, but I'll try to spend a little time talking through it. So this is where you have more than a single case in schools throughout the district. So in this example, say if it's a low or no risk, where you have, say, a number of school buildings that have a confirmed case, but there's no real link. There's no geographic indication where you may have a hot spot, or there's no single event that you could trace back to a source of transmission. And in that example, what you would have is multiple schools with just a single COVID case. So we would treat it similar to what I've talked about in the first scenario, where just have a single case where each one is dealt with separately, and that would be a low or no risk. But kind of taking on that hypothetical, say you have multiple cases in schools in a geographic area, say in the Chugach Eagle River area, that would be much more indicative of transmission in a region. And given those circumstances, again, based on our understanding and information available, we could have recommendations going forward to the superintendent recommending closure in that geographic area for a period of time. Again, the purpose is to identify people who've been exposed, to mitigate that, to disinfect schools, and then notify stakeholders. So that's the driver for the timing. Now, in extremis, if we're finding this occurring throughout the district where we have multiple hotspots, again, multiple cases, multiple school buildings, multiple locations, and I think that would be a very strong indicator that there is a broader issue within the municipality, and that would drive a much more rapid decision or recommendation to transition to a high-risk delivery, education delivery model. So I will pause, and I'm happy to entertain any questions on the response matrix.
I don't see any board members' hands up. Dave, did you have any questions on the phone? All right, hearing none.
No questions at this time.
Thank you. Go ahead, proceed.
That is my update on the response matrix.
So, Dr. Bishop, did you have somebody else behind Mr. Roth?
And he's ready and waiting. There you go.
Thank you, Dr. Bishop. So if Mike could pull up the School Start Task Force slide, we'll be able to touch base on that one here briefly. So just a quick review. As you've probably been gathering, ASD for the fall of 2020 has two main instructional models. We have what we're calling, for convenience, the ease of terminology, ASD in school, and then ASD at home. And ASD in school is a little more complex, and that's the one we've been talking about that has all the risk levels, because ASD in school is dependent on the COVID risk level. And we've shared with you that ASD in school has 4 pieces to it. And as we've been communicating here, we are inching into and with high probability leaning towards the high risk, which is 100% e-learning. What we had shared with you before is that at the current time, when cases were 18 or so, as an average, we were looking at the medium, starting in what we called medium high risk, which was 2 days a week, 5.5 hours a day for the students, with the students split by alphabet into 2 groups. And of course, we've shared medium low risk. If things were to go well later, we would move to 5 days a week, 5.5 hours a day. So ASD in school is pretty much dependent on the COVID risk levels. ASD at home is our new virtual homeschooling piece where you can stay tied to your home school. It's a full-time program, but it is homeschooling. However, there is an ASD virtual teacher who is assigned to help work through that material and that curriculum with students and maintain a connection to the local neighborhood school. We've also briefed that we also have our correspondence schools that Dr. Bishop referred to. And again, as a reminder, as a summary, that all these details are on the site, and the site is updated literally every day. As new decisions are made, materials are put together, that content changes regularly. I'm sure it drives Alan, our communications guy, crazy, but that's what we do. We update it like literally every time we run into a new FAQ or whatever. And I want to point out one thing. We keep hearing a lot about our spring experience and that it didn't meet everyone's needs in the spring. And as all of you know, when that COVID first hit, it happened like those weeks just before spring break. And we literally had a few weeks because at that time we thought it was going to be a short-term thing. No one knew what was about to happen. And so elementary, the decisions were made to be what we called supplemental and to provide some things, not to grade that material, but to put things out to try to, we thought it was going to be several weeks. And by the time the reality set in, we were literally several weeks for the end of school. That is not the program for this fall. This fall, we have robust programs. There are 400 plus teachers working. There's 200 design teams working on all the content. And we're confident that what our families will experience, whether it's e-learning or whether they choose the ASD virtual homeschooling option, we're confident that we'll have a robust program for folks. And so that's all I had as far as how the school start piece is going. Details are coming in. I want to answer Mr. Donnelly's question, if I could right now. The question was asked about expectations for staff and how are we going to have a better experience for our students and our families in this new environment. And I want to point out that the variance between what we had experienced, we heard from many different families that there was a wide variety of things of how different folks were handling the elementary experience in particular. I want to share that elementary and secondary have put together very robust sets of expectations in draft form. We've reached out to AEA, and Mr. Yates is putting together volunteers and team members who are going to come in and also work through looking at, from a teacher perspective, the expectations we've laid out. We're finalizing what we're calling the high risk expectations. So if we are in a 100% e-learning environment in the ASD in-school component, we have expectations clearly identified. We have multiple categories of how we would start the year in that scenario, and et cetera, and how that would play out. It's a little early for publication on it, but they're in draft form. Committees are looking at it, and it should come out in relatively soon. We're also doing the same thing in special education. There's a lot of issues that Ms. Anderson's teams will be working through on, looking at how expectations might vary in terms of IEPs and all of those things. So I'm confident that that experience will be much more robust for families. Now that teachers have an experience, on top of that, the amount of professional development that's on queue and that's being built right now, that'll be on an on-demand basis, should give our teachers, in addition to the 1,500 plus teachers that went to training already in pieces this year, or it's coming up even in some cases. I don't remember the dates. Maybe Dr. Knudsen can share that when she comes on. But my point is that there will be lots of training. And then with the boards changing our calendar, we now have 5 full days with staff before August 20th. So that whether we're e-learning or not, teachers will have ample time, or at least, I don't know what ample means anymore, but they will have more time than we've had before to be able to try to get prepared. So, and that's my report.
And Madam President, we could stop and do questions, or if you wanted to hear from Dr. Knudsen, certainly she can provide a mini update too. I just don't know how much information is too much. We've been living and swimming in this for weeks, but it's a lot, and just not sure how you want to proceed. And
right now I'm just kind of watching for board member cues if they have questions. So we'll go ahead and pause and take a couple. Member Bellamy.
And I'm asking this question because I get it so often, and I tell them what I think I know, and I just want to make sure. So if a family is in an immersion program now, want to stay connected with that school, they should, if we are totally online, they could do an ASD virtual, correct? And hold their spot at their school.
That's correct. Through the president to Member Bellamy. What they would need to make is, if at the end of this week we breached 29 and hit 30, and school is e-learning anyway, that would be e-learning program that could easily be transferred right back into school with the teacher of that classroom. If they would like to really not have the change, but maybe say, you know what, for the first semester, I'm just going to stay home and I want this virtual and I want different options, they would do ASD virtual tied to their school, and their spot would remain.
Okay.
The question that the board received today, which is different,
right,
is what if I go to family partnership? They give me money. That's a whole different, you're leaving your school, and family partnership, the supports around that is really for homeschool families. So they're the immersion, so essentially cost additional money in ASD. So the monies that go to programs in schools are more in the services of PE and all those different things that we have in school. The student allotments, if you will, by the base student allocation are expended on those services at the school. If I choose to do family partnership, I am taking a lot more responsibility as a parent. And that's why to do the electives or to do other things, even when school is back in session, they give an allotment to help you support if you were, paying to do some type of elective or paying to do a certain kind of curriculum that you wanted to buy. So you actually use that money to buy curriculum or buy courses. The ASD virtual is already purchased by the district. You have choices, but It's not just carte blanche to go purchase. So there are nuanced differences, but there was money brought into it about, well, if I'm virtual, where's my money going? Essentially, your money is going to save and keep those immersion teachers and keep that immersion program, solid.
Thank you.
Board Member Hildy?
I have one little one. I think you answered in June. Why the 5.5 hours instead of the 6.5 hours? And then let's just say immersion again. And I just get a lot of what's it going to look like? How will the language? We have so many. It's so wonderful in our district. It makes us super unique. I love it. But across our district, it's going to be an issue of how will that work? How will immersion work?
Sure, and I can answer those at the 30,000 foot level, and I certainly know the 5.5 hours is back due to the cohort and the movement of kids and the ability to give staff prep time. But Mark, could you expand on that? And then perhaps if Jenny, I don't know if Brandon Locke is online or someone else who can talk about, Dan's here for immersion if we need to, as best we're going to piece that together.
Yes, Dr. Bishop, through the president. So the reason for the 5.5 hours versus 6.5 is because in order to do the cohort model where we're trying to reduce the interactions, we had to take the art, music, phys ed, the Ignite, the traveling teachers, or at least most of the traveling teachers, not all of them, but we had to take almost all of them and assign them to a location so they're not moving from site to site, which increases risk of if one person has it, they go to another school, and then they see 50 more kids and 50 more. It just increases risk. So, and during this time, until we see what happens, the cohort model requires reduced interaction. To do that, the art, music, and phys ed teachers who are not giving teachers preparatory time, teachers by contract have to have time to prepare. So the only way we could do preparation time for all teachers in a cohort model, in the elementary in particular, was to go 5.5 hours and then the kids leave and then the students, the teachers have their preparation time after the students leave the school. That's the only way to do it without the teachers having to travel around, or even within a school to have multiple classes running through the phys ed teacher. And then if the phys ed teacher got COVID and they've just seen, 150 kids that day. So that's the reason. And as far as the other question about immersion, I don't know if Dr. Knudsen wants to chime in.
Hey, I'm on virtual. Can you see me or hear me?
Mm-hmm. You can, thank you.
And I also asked Mr. Locke, he's in his pre-doctorate, if he could also join us as well in case there was other questions. But what we have for if students are in the ASD virtual program is a couple options for immersion families. The first option is that for the non-target language, students could, if we're in a medium risk model, they would be able to attend in person for the target language class or on those particular days, or they could participate online with the target language class while still being enrolled in the ASD virtual program. So that way we can continue the language development with students. They also have the choice if they wanted to go all ASD virtual and not, that didn't work as far as bringing kids into school if we were in that risk level and we were actually in school, that they wouldn't, as Dr. Bishop said, lose their space in the immersion program. But we are really trying to include students who are in the immersion program because we know that practice of language is important throughout the year, and give them the opportunity to participate in just those target language, whether it's Spanish or German or any of the other languages we offer, that they can participate in that as well. And then for the secondary level, and Dr. Johnson can speak more to this, is really targeting the specific immersion classes in the quarter system so that kids have the opportunity to participate in that. So I would defer to her to be able to talk a little bit more about for the secondary level if you have some questions about that.
Madam President, did that sufficiently answer, or would you like to have more from either Dan or Kirsten?
Member Hildy has given me a thumbs up saying that answers her question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've got Oh, well, I got member Marset and then member Holloman, and then we'll come back over here and we should check in with Dave. Oh, do you? Oh, okay, because I saw you raise your hand with Alicia. Okay, we'll go with member Holloman.
Just wanted to ask, the students that are in ASD virtual, are they pacing their neighborhood school in terms of the material that they're covering to the degree that they could come back in seamlessly, or what is that material, I guess?
Sure. And I was wondering if Mike Fleckenstein or Kathy Moffett, I know you're online, if we could unmute. So Mike Fleckenstein and Kathy, just some background information, knowing what we learned last year and the need and the ask from parents and the virtual. Again, we set up this robust program just to give you some backdrop so that we could keep students in our school district and servicing them and giving them an opportunity of their homeschool, which they love, but continue virtual without having to leave ASD to a statewide. Mike is here to talk about it. We established some technology attack team. You'll have to help me again. He just told me what that meant again yesterday. It's another acronym that we love, but just a team of educators that inform this work and what it is and how it's different. And then the specific question is the curriculum robust enough or aligned enough to be able to move in and out of school when they choose to come back?
Through the president to member Holloman, I'll give a little bit of background. So it is not, this is not going to pace directly with the classroom teachers. So when you enter into a virtual program, it really is any place, any pace, any time. And so we will work to meet the kids' needs in the program, as well as offer abilities for them to accelerate if they're ready to accelerate, or to remediate if they need to remediate. Really, it'll be that teacher engaging with the student to come up with an individual learning plan that will guide that student through the virtual instruction. And so you asked, can you move in and out? So we can absolutely work with folks to move in and out, but it is more difficult to move from the virtual to the classroom in the middle of a quarter. And so one of the things that we are talking about when we talk to folks about virtual is trying to stay in the program for at least the 9 weeks to align with the 9 weeks that's happening in ASD at school. And so, but if there's a situation where a student needs to move or wants to move back into the classroom, we absolutely can accommodate that, just as we would accommodate a student that might transfer mid-year into a classroom, those sorts of things. And so absolutely an option. And really quickly, I'd like to say that Kathy Moffett is co-leading this with me, and so has a lot of experience in this area. And then I'd really quickly like to introduce Carol Boatman, who just joined us this week. In fact, Friday was her first day. She is the new director of learning innovation and is going to start moving and taking over this particular project along with Kathy and I. And so with that, Carol, would you mind introducing yourself really quick?
Good evening, school board members. It's a great honor to be a part of the Anchorage School District. My name is Carol Boatman. I've been in education for 20 years. I have background all the way from kindergarten to 12th grade, whether as an administrator or a teacher. I'm very excited to be a part of this virtual learning program for ASD and be able to move it forward. Thank you.
And with that, did I answer your question, Member Holloman?
Well, I guess I'm curious, when you say the teacher will work with the student, you're not talking about the teacher from that building. So we say ASD virtual keeps them connected to their neighborhood school. I'm trying to understand that connection in real terms.
Yes, so it absolutely will keep them connected to their home school. Will they always have the teacher they might have had if they were in ASD at school? So for instance, if I was a third grade student this year and I was at Bayshore and I was expected to go to Mrs. Jones' class in fourth grade, will I still be going to Mrs. Jones' class? Will she be the one facilitating my learning? And that is not always the case. That certainly could be the case, but is not always the case. There are instances, for instance, especially when we look at high school, for instance, course content is and who can teach those areas is important when we talk about secondary. And so there may be a choice to do something like a chemistry class where there is a chemistry teacher that has the ability to teach online at East, and maybe they don't have someone at West. And so a student from West would join the virtual program, and their teacher would be that teacher from East. And so, but they would still be connected to West through the same newsletters, communications, supports at the school. For instance, many of the schools have what we call cyber centers to help support kids in virtual learning or online classes, and so they would have access to that. We're also looking at putting together virtual tutoring opportunities as well as tutoring opportunities in person at the school. So many options to keep. They can still do sports at the school if they want to, if they feel comfortable doing that. And so there are many options that we're working on to be able to tie that student to their home school, even if they have a teacher that might have some expertise in another school that is teaching a class for them during the day.
As a follow-up, I guess the question I've gotten from some parents is they're trying to understand if the material is connected. And I'm not necessarily hearing that it is. I mean, I assume that ASD Virtual will be taught in groups, and the groups would be composed of other students that will be in and out of that neighborhood school, or it may be a cohort of students from a number of schools.
Kathy, would you like to jump in a little bit on the content? You know that a little bit better than I do.
Sure. Andy, that's a great question. And to Board President Vacalis. So to your point, you're correct. So if I'm a virtual teacher and I'm teaching, say, first grade, I will have students from several schools in my class, and we've set the number to the ratio to be about 1 to maybe 25 to 30. And with that class, I have teacher expectations. So I'm delivering content specific to online learning tied to standards. And so one of the expectations referring to what Mr. Donnelly said was one of the expectations that we have for our primary teachers that they would do 2 live sessions a day, one in ELA and one in math. And it would be recorded so that families could use it either synchronously, that means at this live at the same time, or they could pull it out asynchronously. And then that virtual teacher connects to a liaison at the home schools to help ensure that we're meeting the student needs. And so there's quite a bit of communication, quite a bit of networking going on, but that's kind of how it will look.
Thank you. Board Member Bellamy, did you have a question next?
Along the same lines, just a clarification, the whole registration piece. So, all right, if we're high risk, we're all at home anyway, right? So we are going to, the school will then register kids into the virtual, ASD virtual?
That's a great question. If you are ASD at school, you have what's called a blended model or an e-learning model, right, which is different than the virtual.
Okay.
The e-learning is what the teachers are working on this summer, creating the Canvas shells.
Okay.
That teachers can adjust and alter and really make their own, given the standards, as well as, when we say priority or non-negotiables, there will be lessons in there that the teachers this summer say, these are the lessons that truly match to the standards. These can't be missed. You can add to them. You can do, but don't forget to, like, 6th grade has to, have these standards. So they'll be flexible. That is what the blended e-learning teachers are doing. So that whether I'm in school or at home, I have my same teacher and I already know how to use the system. I already know how to use the computer. I know how to do that. Okay. So that's really fluid. With a teacher at Kincaid in 2nd grade, a teacher at Taku in 2nd grade. I register at that school. Now, I might, if there's a potential that, we could move to medium risk or move from medium risk to high risk. And, I just don't really want to do any school in school at all until a vaccine happens.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know when that's going to be, but I don't want to lose my spot at the school. Then I would enter ASD virtual so that I'm still a student at that school. My principal is still, a principal, at that school. But my curriculum is going through the ASD virtual. The ASD virtual liaison at the school will meet with the family and say, these are the curricular areas that we have online for you. We would do an assessment. Actually, you're in advanced math. You actually need reteaching. I'm going to give you a little extra here and this we're creating individualized learning plans for where the student is, not the classroom one that is on the Canvas. Okay. So these are individualized. So, and they're curriculum programs that are purchased virtually so that the teachers that are associated with that, as Kathy Moffett said, might teach twice a day, but the parents can also work asynchronously and get the lessons, but come over here and work with their child individually. The parents really are the true leaders in this ASD virtual along with their children, whereas the other one is really this set teacher curriculum from the classroom like we've always had. So the teachers have that ability and flexibility to create this. The ASD virtual, the parents more so have that creativity with the teacher, but the curriculum that we select is aligned. They will have an elective. So in the ASD at school model, even though it might be e-learning at the time at home, we're assigning the electives to that. So that you're going to do this art elective the first quarter because that's the art elective is associated with first grade at this time. So that'll be done at the school level. ASD virtual, I'm going to get my core and then I'm going to get a catalog of electives that I could choose from because I'm outside of that. Now, similar to how students transfer schools among schools as well as among districts, if we stick to the standards and those things that they absolutely have to meet and ensure that they're taught, we believe that students can flow in and out at quarter time. Quarter time would be the best because that's generally when you bring closure to something and start something new. We can transfer as child in the middle of a year, but similar to transferring in the middle of the week for a student, it is done. It's just not, it's probably not the best interest of the child to get in the middle of a lesson when they haven't gotten the pre-teaching, then they feel lost. And so there will be set times that will advertise that, if you want to transfer back into Taku at school instead of virtual, you can, because some parents will absolutely love the virtual and might always choose that forever and ever. Some parents will say, this just isn't for my kid. We actually want to be in here where the teacher's teaching a whole classroom at the time and whatnot. So that my teacher at first grade at Taku is teaching all of my subjects. One teacher, many subjects. ASD virtual, I have a liaison at the school, but then the subject experts are assigned to other teachers in ASD. ASD teachers are going to be the virtual teachers, but they just, they'll be at different schools. I might have, if I'm a first grader at Taku, the first grade expert for virtual might be located at Chester Valley. And so then I would still have a liaison that I'm connected to, a teacher that's on addenda or some other person in the school that is my coach, my mentor, keeps up with me, communicates with the teacher at the other school if I'm needed. But the actual teacher expert might be, because you might have 30 kids at an individual Muldoon Elementary that decide to go virtual, but they're all in different grade levels, and we don't have those. So we had to organize it using the best efficiencies and the very best pedagogy in teachers. The teachers that are good at this and want those jobs will most likely get those jobs. But they would be very specific to that subject. Whereas at the homeschool, I'm a regular teacher. I'm the one teaching you all those subjects. So it's a different theory. If you did part of the Florida virtual model with virtual learning, it's more similar. Our virtual model is more similar to that as it would be e-learning at home. But truly, those modules are built to be very nimble and to move in and out of school. That's why before the school year ended, we had a picture of this possibly. And Mark worked with, and Jenny with the union to select, and some teacher groups to select one platform. Because remember, that was the second feedback, like, I cannot have 1 million platforms. Yeah. And so even the virtual is on a single platform where kids can navigate. It's a little different because it's new to ASD. It is not new to the world of virtual teaching. It's, it's been around a while and honed. And so it's just new to ASD, but certainly not new to the educational field.
All right, I'm gonna, I got Tina, Star, Andy. I'm gonna take a minute and just ask two of my own questions real quick. The first one I wanted to ask, and it might kind of piggyback off of Andy's a little bit, is a clarifying question for me. Is the iSchool curriculum different than the blended in-person, depending on risk level, curriculum?
Okay, so iSchool is really under ASD virtual now. There is iSchool was a secondary course by course, mainly credit recovery program. That's all under iSchool. So is the curriculum, the standards are the same? The actual textbook and curriculum and materials could be different or could be the same. Okay. It could be either, depending on the course.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. And then the second question was, at the high school level, say you have a child that is currently enrolled in the King Tech first session option that they may have selected last spring. How is that going to work for high school kids with this new?
Sure, as risk levels change, so would the ability to work hands-on. Our King Tech teachers are still going to be e-learning. So they we kept cases low in Anchorage, they would be 2 days and 2 days, if we were back to our model where the cases were pretty steady. Their courses are also prepared to do some of the curriculum online, some on hands-on. They would obviously be the hands-on when they were there. We're just looking at different models. The virtual school now, which has high school courses, formerly iSchool, does have some CTE courses, and they're exploratory. They're more exploratory, exploring careers, exploring other things. They're certainly not the higher level certifications, because those come at King Tech. But we do have, Kirsten has a team working on with Kern at King Tech about what can be done e-learning and what can't be done e-learning. So think e-learning is a blended model, transitions easily to the classroom and out. Virtual is a choice that I really am the main teacher of my child and want to navigate that. And I'm picking courses that I want my child to be in that will have a teacher with them, but I'm doing it virtually. It doesn't have to be at the same time that the e-learning happens, a school day. Because the expectation, again, just so you know, for e-learning is not that everyone is home. This building will still be open even though we're in high risk. We've learned, like the person testified, how to work with COVID in an environment. We are going to our dentist office. We are going to the grocery store. Schools will be open. There is an expectation at the beginning, and they're working it out now, Mark, is that the first month of school has appointments. Maybe we have appointments with families all throughout the year, all throughout the time that we're in high risk, but it would be safe. We would use safe spacing, it would be more personalized. So just because we're at home doesn't mean that teachers are going to be home. Teachers might be requested to be in their classroom, working on e-learning from their classroom. Students, the clusters of kids would be home.
Thank you. Next up, I have Board Member Marcette.
So one of the things I heard from Mike Fleckenstein is that students, if they go into virtual, they cannot transfer into their classroom for 9 weeks.
I just like to clarify that. The expectation is that we're really asking them not to, because the transition time for that full course is that's the natural transition time really for anyone. If when people move and they do things, sometimes you have to move when you have to move, so you have to move your child. but it's best for children if they move to new schools during natural transitions, after vacations, after certain things, so that they don't feel behind. Now, it doesn't mean it can't be done, but when they sign up for virtual, we're going to say, what are your expectations? And why are you choosing it? And all those things. And we would encourage them to do the course module, to do the 9 weeks. If they absolutely can, of course they can transfer, just like anyone else can. But similar to, forget about the pandemic, forget about COVID, we would encourage high school kids. You don't want to lose your credit. It's best if you transfer at semester or at a quarter so we can keep your credits going. It's just a natural part of schooling to be able to do that. And certainly at the elementary level, we transfer kids, we do all that. It's not necessarily the easiest for kids to make those transitions. We will do it, but we would primarily ask, if you're in virtual, the commitment a little bit. But if somebody absolutely says, this is not for me, we're going to go ahead. Just like students that move from another district, they move in and we make it work.
So what about if a student, let's say they've registered online to go to their school in class, and now they're being quarantined for 14 days?
So which class? Oh, that's why they were designed to be ASD at home and ASD virtual. So even if we were in, that's a great question. So the way that Jenny and her team designed the e-learning is I work at a school. I'm a second grade teacher to all these kids, or I'm a sixth grade teacher to these students. They're my students for this quarter. Everything I do, whether I'm in school or out, is I'm using a platform called Canvas to load my courses, to communicate, to have resources. And while I have the kids in front of me, the goal was to teach them how to use all those different resources, and parents, so that if I have to stay home for 2 weeks, I'm not going to miss a beat, because what's happening in that classroom is happening at home as well. So the e-learning is literally within 24 hours, flexible back and forth. So because teachers are, so right now, many teachers, I talked to Lee Butterfield, and he goes, I've been putting all my courses on Canvas for the last 2 years. And he said, there's lots of people like that in the district, Dina, so they're going to love this. It's going to be new to load those functions for kids. Right now, teachers use platforms, but it's Seesaw, it's Clever, it's Canvas, it's a whole bunch of different ones. And what we've done is just narrowed it for families. But that's a great question. The design around this, why they selected Canvas, was that if there were large absences, that learning would continue. That's a great question.
And so for 14 days, they could easily go back in the classroom.
Oh, absolutely. Okay. That's your question. Yeah. And that's, depending on how much work they're doing, but yeah, They would easily go back, but all the work is there. So if a teacher taught and wanted to upload something or have courses, everything is there and archived. So kids can go back, parents can go back. That's the beauty of the Canvas. So we're not going to be like last year, just saying, well, we've transferred to this supplemental because that's what we had online. We literally are having the robust curriculum and lessons that teachers would do every day right there on Canvas. And as they design them and change them and decide what to use and not to use and add and take away and share, they're creating that shell. And the beauty about that, I learned more today from Jenny Knutson, is there's this place called Canvas Commons. And then the teachers share stuff among themselves and virtually, and really make some robust, solid, rigorous programs. But that's a great question. Hopefully it's designed to be very transferable.
I have one more question.
Go ahead.
So when I go out and look at our, let me go back, where we ask questions and that sort of thing, and if I go into the physical and mental wellness portion of the COVID-19, and I look at Finding Calm in the Storm, it has the virtual calming room, it has the Watch the Brian Pop video explaining COVID-19. Are these things that our teachers are going to be using in the classroom, or are these just for, or is it, and I don't know.
These were put up, these were put up as resources back in March and April.
Okay.
These are old. There are teams working right now. They're building the shells for social emotional learning that each grade level will do.
Okay.
Because they're doing reading, math, social emotional, and elective, I think. At elementary, they're starting with that. So there are teams of teachers designing that shell. These were simply resources put on by teams last year for parents who needed, what can I do? How do I talk to my kids about this? So.
And just a comment. I know. Well, I can't help it. We have very little time to discuss these things. I know. I would ask in our little blocks or whatever, and I think I talked to you about this, if we could do something specific for SPED and ELL so that they don't have to go through everything and they have it right there.
That's a great idea.
Next up in the queue, I have Board Member Mitchell.
So I have a bunch of questions, some specific to this and some are more facilities based. I don't know if I asked them all at the same time, but let's start with this. So just a couple of quick questions. So the teachers will have access to their rooms all year. Great. Okay.
That's the expectation. Yes.
Okay. And then when they, if we move in and out of zones where we're going to the e-learning and then coming back into the classroom, is the e-learning portion going to be completely asynchronous, or are there going to be times when the teacher is teaching synchronously online?
I think that was Dave Donnelly's question as well. And Mark, can you further address that?
Yes, through the president to Member Mitchell, there are expectations in our draft list that provide some minimums of some face-to-face virtual teaching that will go. I mean, this still has to be vetted out by grade level, and there has to be some flexibility with how it's implemented, but there are expectations that go beyond just having office hours, if that's the question.
Okay. And you mentioned, just kind of off the cuff, and I don't know, it's probably way too early to even think about this, but you said, the virtual could go on and on. Is this something you could conceive of going beyond a cure for our pandemic, having that virtual learning option for our families, or is that a down the road question?
Nope. That's a great question. And I foresee it moving on. My experience is that once opportunities are provided and they're successful for families and they like them, that market you've created a market and an expectation. And there are families that the virtual is the best thing since sliced bread, to use an old term. And there's families that this just isn't for me. And same thing with teachers. There will be a niche for teachers that absolutely will take off on this, and this will be their future, and they'll innovate and move this forward. So depending on the usage and the success, I do foresee virtual learning. And the beauty about our virtual learning is that students are tied to their home school. They're not selecting out of district virtual learning. Mm-hmm. And so I do, the time will tell on, the proof is in the pudding. But I believe the work put in behind this, as well as the efficacy of teachers that I've seen work on this, is pretty high. So I would foresee, yes, if I had to take a guess, that it would be an option into the future.
Cool. So this might be something that was on the website and I missed it, but are we providing, last spring, the parents were just flailing. Are we going to provide some support for parents for the e-learning part of things?
To Member Mitchell, through the board president, absolutely. There are plans being formed right now. They're working on not only the kinds of live trainings for staff, for our TAs and teachers assistants, but also parents.
Okay, so I don't know if we're going to get to if Mr. Roth is doing a separate part, but I had some just basic plant questions.
Do you have your questions written down?
I do.
Yeah. Well, I still got a couple other board members with their hands up. So, but I will come back to you if you still have more. Member Holloman, you had some questions?
Just touching back, if I understood you say right, it's all one platform, whether it's ASD virtual or iSchool or whatever, it's all Canvas. Did I get that correct?
I would like Mike to comment, because some things might not work on Canvas. I know that we're using different ed modems and all the curriculums coming from different companies, but in school, the K through 12, Dr. Stock, ASD in school e-learning is all Canvas. But Mike Fleckenstein, can you answer that other question?
Sure, through the president to Mr. Holloman. Dean is exactly right around the at-school option. They will be on Canvas for everything. The at-home option, the ASD virtual option, it uses multiple forms of content. So from K through 5, we're using Edmentum, a program called Calvert, to do that. So it's really designed to work really well with K-5 students. in a virtual world. It really, that's its whole bread and butter. And then from 6th grade through 12th grade, we're using multiple platforms similar to achieve really all of the course content that we want. And so Apex, we're using Apex to do many of the classes. Then we have eDynamics for electives and some additional classes. We also are looking at using the Apex SEL components. And then we're also working to try to provide additional CT options there as well. So they will not be using Canvas directly. They'll be using the platform. For instance, at K5, they would be using Calvert from Edmonton.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Hildy, did you have a question?
Thank you. I just had one little one. We had some students in the spring who didn't get any internet access because of billing issues and couldn't get hotspots. So how has that been addressed? And then I guess a request on some of the online stuff. We have lots of engaged parents in our district. It's fabulous. Those parents are going to figure out, they have lots of questions. But there's a lot of parents, English is not their first language. They are overwhelmed with bills, and it's like a lot, and I know as we get closer to the school start, I know you already come out with simple stuff, but just to keep that in mind, that sometimes the people asking for information, they don't make up the majority of our parents. They aren't the students who are struggling the most, and those parents need to have clear information that isn't every possible thing, but just how can I help my child succeed in this setup? So just that all parents' needs are met, and they don't all require the same amount of information to help their kids succeed.
That's a very good point. I'd like Mike Fleckenstein to share in regard to some of the work you're doing with connectivity. Part of, just to remind the board, when we put the entire one-to-one in front of you for a vote, the detail of that did have over $1 million providing equity of connectivity that we would pay for families. But Mike, are you ready to share some of those ideas, or are they still proprietary because you're working out deals?
Yeah, you bet. We're working on contracts right now, but I think it's fine for us to talk about it. In fact, I told everybody we may brief it in this board meeting. And so through the president to member Hildy, I'm working really on 4 different fronts right now to try to provide additional connectivity for students that have the need. There are some challenges around connectivity in Anchorage. And for instance, we did hotspots to about 2,300 students or 2,400 students at the end of the school year. And that was somewhat successful, but there were some issues with speed and data usage. And as we worked with our providers in town, one of the things that became evident is that as we cluster folks in particular areas, and we tend to have particular areas of town that do have clusters of folks that need connectivity, that some of the towers were actually being overwhelmed with the amount of data that was being used. And that created an experience that wasn't as good as we would like it to be. So one of the things we have been working on for the last month and a half is to try to find a way to provide the standard kinds of internet that most people have at home, for instance, a cable modem or a DSL modem, and buy those things in bulk and at a reduced rate so that we could provide that connectivity to students that have a need that can't get this. And so, for instance, with GCI, we've been working with them, and we now have a system, we believe, where the school can work, or we can work with students that have a need, or through 742 Help. And we can literally go online, or we'll be able to by school start, go online, punch in a student's address to say that this student needs connectivity, and then GCI will package up a modem and a wireless router. It's an all-in-one thing in a box, put our instructions in it along with their instructions and a QR code to some instruction videos on how to set it up if they have a phone, for instance, with connectivity. If not, they can use the instruction sheet to set that up and get online with us then paying that bill. And that cost to us is going to be about less than half of what we were paying for hotspots, and it will have unlimited data. And so this week I also meet with ACS on a similar program to look and see what we can do on their end with their DSL platform, because there are places in town that ACS doesn't cover, and there are places in town that GCI doesn't cover with their cable platform. And so the plan really is to have 3 to 4 different options so that we can get kids online that need to be online. Each of the options have a little bit different cost and a little bit different trade-off. And so my goal really is to be able to provide to kids that need it and to be able to provide it in a safe way. And so as we push this connectivity out, we'll also be filtering this connectivity for both security and inappropriate use. And so our plan is to provide safe internet, safe devices for our kids. Did that answer the question?
Yep, got a thumbs up. Thank you very much. Board Member Mitchell, I know you've got more questions. Dr. Bishop, did your team have more that they wanted to also present as well?
We do have some additional communications information, and if you wanted HR information. So people are ready and willing, but it is really in depth and deep. And Margo, back to your memorability. The more I get, the more questions I have. So you just let us know if it's on overload yet, or if there's something that we could provide in writing. Does anyone from the team have, I know that I asked that Dr. Johnson really get a mic and perhaps just share something on CTE. That was a question. We can complete that answer.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Bishop. Through the president, just a little of the background of the planning that's going on with CTE right now. Missy Fraze, our CTE director, is currently working with a lot of our CTE teachers to develop their Canvas courses. So they're actually developing lessons that if we are in an online environment, that they can actually do hands-on work at home. So there's a variety of different ways that they can incorporate that through the home, at home through Canvas, as opposed to doing that hands-on work in school if we're not in a face-to-face environment. So they're going to have both options essentially as CTE teachers. In terms of our King Tech classes, we actually have a schedule developed. We're actually, with our shortened day, going to be able to offer 3 shortened sessions of King Tech instead of 2 longer sessions. Some of those, there is going to be a first session that is a parent or student transport only session that begins at 7:30. We'll have an additional session in the middle of the day, and then we will have a all bus transport session in the afternoon where we will prioritize kids who need that busing to have a King Tech opportunity. So kids will actually have more opportunities to come to King Tech. Their session will be a half an hour shorter than it is normally, given the condensed schedule of the 5.5-hour day in a medium risk model. But they'll be able to still access all of their CTE courses that they potentially would have signed up for last spring. So that's just a high level preview of some of the work that's going on right now.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to Dina Mitchell for 3 more questions, and I can go back to you, and I guess we'll just do this. I also want to make sure that we have the space for board members. I also want to get Dave Donnelly in there if he's got any questions as well after you, board member Marcette, and then also be mindful that we do have a lot of public that is also wanting to weigh in, knowing that we are going to be always talking about this and making whatever space we need to as a board to help. And so 3 questions.
So Dr. Johnson, just to follow up for the CTE hands-on, will we be providing supplies? It's super exciting they can do that.
So they're still working through some of those details, but some of the lessons will incorporate things that you have in your kitchen, things that you have around your house. They're not going to be necessarily really complicated materials that kids will have to go out and seek. But those are things that the King Tech staff and their individual CTE teachers at their home school will work through so that we have equitable access.
So I'm just wondering, questions that I've gotten from a lot of teachers. This is not you anymore. Sorry, I think it's more Mr. Roth. What kind of ventilation system, do we know how our schools are ventilated? I mentioned earlier an article that Member Bellamy had sent to me, and I shared it with the rest of the board about what was done in the pandemic, the influenza pandemic in 1918 in Chicago. And they talked about better ventilation in their rooms and keeping windows open. I'm wondering what the plans are there. And I know I talked to somebody, a friend of mine who's a physical therapist at the hospital, and they have the positive pressure in their PT area. And along with that, masks for teachers. I know that former board member Tamagasta Giesler had talked about a humanity shield that's made out of Juno that has a full fabric around it, that we might be able to provide that for our teachers. I know a lot of teachers are very concerned and they're going out and buying those on their own. And it seems like something that maybe the district should provide one of those for each of the teachers. And then a third is a more pedagogical question about our focus on our littlest. But those are my sort of logistical questions.
Through the board president to Member Mitchell. So I'll first talk about building ventilation. And I think just to be completely candid and honest, because I've had some of these questions, the systems that we have in buildings now are what we're going to start the school year with in terms of our heating and ventilation systems. And we have some schools that are relatively new that the airflow is consistent, it's strong. Other schools, not so much. And we understand that, and there are some systems out there on the market, a UV system as an example, but they're costly, and we don't know what their efficacy is in terms of how effective they would be. Nor do we think it's likely that even if we were to procure items that they would be available in time. So to address the question of ventilation, again, we understand that is a significant concern amongst our staff, probably our parents, that as a departure from normal practice, interior school doors will be open to allow air to move from classrooms into hallways, and then probably some doors, it starts to bump into some security concerns, but to address this issue of ventilation, some doors in buildings will be open to enhance air movement in the building.
This is kind of a silly question, I assume the answer is yes, but are there windows that open in every single one of our classrooms, do you know?
I can't speak to every single classroom. I think it's safe to say that many of our school classroom windows will open. So to some degree, maybe it's just several inches. But I think, yes, there are a number that can be opened. And I think, we also recognize that it's feasible now, but as we get into the winter months, that it becomes more problematic to have open doors and open windows just because of temperature concerns. So that's the ventilation piece, and I know it's probably not a good answer for many, but that's the honest answer. With regards to the humanity shields and other PPE, so we are in the process of procuring a significant amount of disposable face masks. Many of those, in fact, we have received delivery of. The humanity shields, we are in the procurement process there, not to get into too much of the procurement details, but there are some things that they are asking for monies to be provided up front, which goes against the district procurement policies in terms of providing monies for product not delivered. So we are going to work. I think we're going to be able to work through these. The challenge with humanity shields and in a lot of PPE we're talking about is we are in a situation where demand typically is exceeding supply. So I don't know when those will be delivered once we procure those. So we'll work through these details, but we're very cognizant of what our staff have indicated are important to them. And if it's important to them, it's vitally important to me that we are addressing those concerns. We have purchased a significant amount of hand sanitizer and other major effort to reduce the potential for transmission of COVID-19. So our intent, every classroom is going to have, I'll call it the prototype classroom kit, hand sanitizer, spray solution, nitrile gloves, masks, hand sanitizer, and we're going to push these supplies. We're not going to wait for schools to tell us what they need as they grow short. We're going to continue to push supplies to schools to ensure that we have these resources immediately available in our classroom. So that's our approach to addressing concerns for our staff. If that answers your question.
Thank you. Thank you. Board Member Marcette, you had additional questions?
Yep, quick question, mine's easy. When will the rest of our students receive their Chromebooks?
I'll ask Mike Fleckenstein to discuss the Chromebook, and also some of that, it's a rollout over as school started. Not everyone's going to have them beforehand, but he can share the process for rollout and purchasing and all that good stuff.
Through the president to member Marcette. So right now we have about 10,000 Chromebooks that are still out in the hands of students. And so our plan right now, we started procuring additional Chromebooks in late April, early May. Those Chromebooks have not all arrived. Many schools are trying to get Chromebooks all at the same time, and so that supply chain is somewhat slow. We are expecting an additional 5,000 or so in early August, and then an additional 1,000 per every 2 weeks after that. And so our plan right now is to, what we're doing right now is we've moved Chromebooks around at schools so that we have a good base of Chromebooks at every school if we start ASD in school, so that they have devices on hand to use in the school, as well as to do any assessments that might be needed. If we are doing ASD at home, or for any student that still needs a device, we have also provided every school with a batch of Chromebooks that they can then check out to students based on need. And so our plan right now to work into one-to-one over a period of time is to start with the students of need. Anybody that needs a Chromebook as a student can get one at the beginning of school, and then to start systemically issuing Chromebooks as they come in, as we're able to get them from the suppliers. Right now, when we actually have all those is still a little bit of an unknown, as those dates continue to change, as they're trying to fulfill millions and millions of orders across the United States right now. And so if a kid has a need, if a student has a need, we are absolutely going to get them a device right at school start. And for the rest of our students, as we move into one-to-one, we will do that as soon as we get devices through the door and processed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Donnelly, do you have questions? I'd like to create some space for you.
Thank you for the opportunity, but no.
All right, thank you. Board members, how are you guys feeling? You guys got questions out? Would we like to hear some more from the administration, or would we like to move to public testimony? All right, I'm hearing moving on to public testimony at this point. And I'm so appreciative of everybody who has, stood by on the line to, join the conversation. I'm going to go down the list. If I don't hear you or have a connection with you, I'm going to keep moving down the list. But if we get word that you pop back on, we can always come back to you as well. I believe we have close to 30 people still in the queue, and we want to hear from you. We're going to start first with speaker number 20, which is Mitchell Page on the telephone.
Yeah, you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes and you have the floor.
Hello, my name is Mitchell Page, and I'm an elementary school teacher here at Anchorage School District. I've chosen to speak today because we have the opportunity to protect the safety of our students and staff. I know this is a difficult decision to make, and there are many perspectives in the community. We have an opportunity to join other school districts in saying that we value the life of our students and staff above all else. When the dust settles at the end of this pandemic, do you want to be on the side that protected life? I heard from the mayor that at one point the city had the virus 70% contained. Then reopening was pushed, and in my opinion, a little too soon. Now we're in the situation that we have today. I want to thank ASD for their work in developing a plan. While I understand that we need to be flexible, I disagree with the numbers they have proposed to be in face-to-face instruction. Personally, I believe the standard should be 0 cases over 14 days, then go into the hybrid model. And if cases remain at no risk or low risk, then we can consider moving back into the classroom. There is still so much that we don't know about this virus. I have already seen that school-age children are testing positive during the summer. It is reasonable to conclude that those numbers go up if we open school for face-to-face instruction. I also want to comment on the isolated community numbers. The problem with this is that people commute to work and can spread the virus to any community that they visit. I encourage you to take a drive out to the valley between 7 and 9 a.m. and purposefully notice how many vehicles are driving to Anchorage. We need to be considering every case in our municipality and beyond to any community that people commute from. If we start in distance education and go back to face-to-face instruction and there is no risk, then we will increase the likelihood of a continued ability to work face-to-face. Please commit to starting the year off in the distance learning model. Give parents a month to prepare and get their schedules in order. Give yourselves time to plan on getting technology to students. Use the time to focus on fixing as many of the shortcomings of distance learning as we can. I need to point out that instruction in the classroom is not going to be normal. The instruction that they will receive in person is going to be significantly diminished because of COVID restrictions and the stress of living through a pandemic. Give us the peace of mind to keep our students, colleagues, and families safe during these unpredictable times. We can work to eliminate academic deficits. We can use social emotional learning to help correct any issues with socialization. We have trauma-informed practice and programs that help students who experience trauma. What we don't have is the ability to predict long-term health risks associated with COVID, nor the ability to fix them. We do not have the ability to bring people back to life. I know that distance education has its drawbacks. I would gladly sacrifice in-person instruction if it means saving one life. We need to err on the side of caution so that when this pandemic is over, we can meet the needs of all of our students. I propose that you reconsider your risk numbers and choose not to reopen school for face-to-face instruction until we have had 0 cases for 14 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to very quickly jump back up to speaker number 18, Celeste Hodge. Celeste, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. You've got 3 minutes and you have the floor.
Good afternoon. My name is Celeste Hodge Grouden. I am the president and CEO of the Alaska Black Caucus. Sorry, earlier I missed my opportunity to speak. I was trying to juggle 2 meetings, but because this is so important, I'm back. The Alaska Black Caucus does not support opening the schools because of the disproportionate impact COVID-19 has on people of color. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, Alaska does not complete race and ethnicity data reported to be able to accurately track disparities in COVID-19 cases, but we do know 33% of the cases are currently listed as unknown race. We also know in the U.S., Black people are dying from COVID-19 at 2.5 times the rate of white people. Black and Indigenous people experience the highest mortality rates from COVID-19. Black people make up 23% of COVID-19 deaths, for which race is known. Black and Indigenous people are both 5 times more likely than white people to be hospitalized with COVID-19, the highest hospitalization rate of any racial group. This is why we absolutely must not reopen the schools right now. We can't afford for people, especially as I am president of the Alaska Black Caucus representing Black people, we just can't afford for our community to get COVID-19. It's just too dangerous for people who are already overrepresented with health conditions that make individuals more vulnerable to COVID-19 fatally. Asthma, hypertension, diabetes, and heart disease are high in the Black community, and each are risk factors for COVID-19. The Alaska Black Caucus urges the school board to consider alternatives to opening the school. Since I still have a few seconds left, I also want to get on record. The Alaska Black Caucus urges alternatives to SROs in the schools. Too many studies have found students who attend schools with SROs are 5 times more likely to face criminal charges. I also want to get on the record that I am really trying to improve the lack of Black history being taught in the Anchorage School District. I'm saddened by the fact even today, there's very little Black history taught within the Anchorage School District. Why isn't Black history being taught to include more than Martin Luther King Jr. and slavery? There needs to be cultural learning that teaches the history of African peoples before the political conflicts that led to the development of slavery. So I thank you for this opportunity, and I am still searching for Black history.
Thank you very much for joining us tonight. Next up, we have speaker number 21 on the telephone, Moira Smith. Moira, are you with us?
I am. Thank you. My name is Moira Smith, and I am speaking in my individual capacity. I live in downtown Anchorage on Denina land. President Vacalis and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to testify. Thank you for your service, and thank you to the district for your hard work. In 5 weeks, what I will not be doing is watching my son start kindergarten at Inlet View or dropping my daughter off for her first day at Romig. It will hurt to miss these milestones. But I am not calling in tonight to talk about them. I am calling to talk about the students Ms. Hodges just spoke about. What you do now will determine whether the situation she described will be worse or better after COVID. I challenge the district's statement that it has offered parents a choice between in-person and at-home school. Parents of privilege are busy now arranging alternate care so they can work when their kids are in at-home school. But do lower-income working parents have the same opportunity to choose at-home learning? Or would that choice be at the risk of losing their jobs or leaving their kids home alone? It is likely the kids sent to school will disproportionately be from families who cannot arrange and pay for alternate care. Statistically, and due to centuries of systemic racism, these will disproportionately be families of color. And what will they do when school turns virtual due to COVID counts? School board members, we need to step up to address this gaping child care gap. More than half of kids have two working parents. Because Alaska law makes attendance compulsory until the age of 16, the legislature has endowed Alaska school districts with a special responsibility to the children in its district. Parents are in an untenable position. I ask you to call on the district and the community as a whole to work on a solution for in-person safe childcare in the school's cohorts for those who cannot afford to pay for care when there's no physical school. I am happy to volunteer to help brainstorm a solution to this pressing problem. Public education plays a foundational role in our civic life. Please rely on the community to help us mitigate the effect of COVID on all of the students in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have speaker number 22 on the telephone, Shelley Morgan. Shelley, are you with us tonight?
Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
I sure can. You've got 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Shelley Morgan. I'm a parent, PTSO president. I work with schools across the state, and I participated in the 6-week Alaska Smart Start process. This testimony reflects the knowledge I gained from the Smart Start process, my understanding of the necessity and challenges of providing equitable education to students who face varied challenges under non-pandemic times, and the new challenges faced by many families as a result of this pandemic. My understanding of the concerns from parents who don't know what to do with their students while they work, and my understanding of the concerns from teachers and support staff who are terrified to step into an enclosed school building during this time. Our cases continue to climb exponentially. We're 10 weeks away from reaching maximum capacity in our hospitals unless we reduce transmission by at least 30%. ASD students alone make up 17% of the Anchorage population. Looking around the world, we know that students are being infected. Those ages 10 to 19 have infection rates similar to adults. We have 3 critical responsibilities as a school district right now: to maintain safety for our students, district employees, and families, provide equitable education for all students, and playing a pivotal role in flattening the curve so that our medical facilities are not overburdened. If we open in a medium-high risk, we will move to high risk and be forced to shut down once infections begin moving through our schools. At that point, our students and educators will be in a much higher level of trauma and anxiety than they are currently experiencing. Learning and teaching will be incredibly difficult as individuals worry about their own health and the health of those they care about, and stopped for those who are ill. We've seen the examples of teachers and students in other states and countries and know that in-person schooling will result in community spread. We have a moral obligation to reduce spread and protect our community. This means we should ensure that most students, staff, and families have the opportunity and training to start the year off by learning how to do distance education the very best they can before we move into a medium high risk level, where we should have 0 cases for 14 days. We carefully can open a few schools for select students, those with severe health and safety risks, who can't learn without critical supports that can only be accessed at school. In-person educators must be low risk and comfortable teaching in person with safety provisions. Remaining educators would work with their students on distance education, allowing students the comfort of working with their own teachers and peers. Schools have already identified who some of these students are, but a required back-to-school survey could identify which students meet critical criteria. Young students whose families must work outside the home and can't find care for themselves, those who are unsafe in their homes, and those who have additional disability supports that are unavailable in a distant setting, as well as potentially ELL students needing additional supports.
Shelley?
This would not be, yes, am I at my max?
You are, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Thank you so much for all of your long hours and challenges. I'm happy to help find a solution for all of these families if there's a team built to help do that.
Thank you so very much. Next up, I have speaker number 23, Rihanna Gay. Rihanna, are you with us?
Yes, thanks. I greet you with empathy, grace, and flexibility. There are many concerns that I have with going back to brick and mortar school. My main 2 points are that we must follow science, and when it finally comes time to go in, we as adults complete a soft start first. Dr. Bishop, every time you share news with us, you continue to use the science. You continue to say, use the science to help us. I am grateful that your thinking lines up with what is best for safety and to meet our ASD Smart Start goals, so thank you. Safety initiative number 1 reads, increase the percentage of students and staff who feel safe in school. This will drastically decrease if we go back too soon. As well as initiative number 2, ensure a safe environment for all employees. Too soon, so let's resume on Zoom. We have not even talked about safety with Alice, fire, or even earthquake drills. Science, not politics, must drive decisions about how and when we open schools. I will not sacrifice myself so that Anchorage will continue to function. As adults, we owe it to our future generations to stand up for what is right and lead by an example. It is unacceptable for me to have to provide my own PPE and to work in a high-risk area without hazard pay, amongst other issues we face. When it is finally time and safe to go in, I invite you to come and try a soft start in my Creekside Classroom 117. From the start of the day with students, riding the bus, breakfast, circle time, reading, SEL, math, recess, lunch, and more SEL before dismissal to see what it will be like in a day in the life of a kindergartner, all while wearing a mask. Opening milk cartons, maintaining social distance at recess, etc. is simply too hard for our school-age students to do. Their reality is very interactive, and going back too soon will only hinder that. Solutions, you ask? Contractual solutions for when we go back must include a better retirement, smaller class sizes, and fair working conditions. Solutions, ASD partner with the counseling service to train and get educators tools to explain to students what is happening and provide coping skills. Solutions, once we have 14 days, no new cases, it could be possible to return to brick and mortar. This past school year, ASD, you did a tremendous job of keeping us all safe. Please keep up that momentum. I am reminded of back in November 2019 when more than half of Rogers Park students were absent because of outbreak of influenza B. This could happen again on a bigger scale with COVID-19. Other Alaskan school districts look to Anchorage to pave the way in education for our state. School board and Dr. Bishop, I plead with you to continue to set this standard high. We have a chance to be pioneers for Alaska. Let us do it. All of Alaska is watching. I know we can make a difference and the right choice. In closing, we must follow the science, find solutions, and remain steadfast in solidarity, focusing on a remote learning right now. Let us continue to look in the mirror and not out the window to do what is best for students, staff, and our society. Trust me, I do want to physically see my students' smiles, but at this time, it's just too soon. Let's continue to Zoom and stay tuned for bigger, brighter days. ASD strong, we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is speaker number 24, Keegan Bernier. Keegan, are you with us?
Hi, yes, this is Keegan Bernier.
Thank you. You've got 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
Okay, thanks. During this meeting, I have been listening to our community's feedback. I fully agree with every member of the public that has spoken thus far in regards to the school start issue. My family consists of 2 full-time working parents and 2 elementary-aged students. School has served dual purposes for us, like so many other families, providing an education and childcare. I encourage the school board to delay the school start date to allow time for community planning through the Muni and state to help the families that are struggling with childcare, distance learning, and the chronic non-COVID related hardships that several students heavily rely on schools for, such as domestic abuse, hunger, and special needs. Delaying the school start date will allow more time for the development of a full online curriculum. Connection device resources to be developed were allocated and will also provide more time for collaboration between the school district, the municipality, and the state to service these needs. We all want our kids to return to school, but the current situation prevents this. The number of students or teachers above 0 that will absolutely get sick and possibly die is not a reasonable risk factor when determining when schools should reopen to in-person teaching. The current risk matrix average case counts are set too high. Additionally, only one risk level of the plan, the medium high risk, attempts to reduce student interaction but does not reduce interactions between students and teachers. The medium high risk level group 1 students spend 2 days with a teacher, and then group 2 students spend 2 days with that same teacher. I can draw a line of transmission from group 1 students through the teacher to group 2 students over the course of 2 weeks. Sure, kids seem to have less symptoms, but there is still a death rate statistics for kids dying from COVID. What about the students' families, parents, siblings, grandparents, teachers' families, and the long-term health issues that we are still learning about from anyone infected? If schools are open for in-person teaching, parents have the luxury of opting for distant learning. Our teachers do not have this luxury. Please keep everyone safe, have full distant learning, delay the school start date, and work with the municipality and state to help the families and children that rely on schools for more than a traditional education get through this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, I have speaker number 25, Rebecca Van Wyck. Rebecca, are you with us tonight? Rebecca, are you available? Moving on, I have speaker number 26, Kadra Peterson. Kadra, are you with us tonight?
Yes, this is Kadra Peterson, and I teach math at Greening Middle School.
Thank you. You've got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm happy to have the opportunity this evening to share some data with you collected from ASD educators and hope that it will aid you in making important decisions regarding the approaching school year. 2 weeks ago, ASD educators came together and created a survey whose results they feel have serious implications for you and the decisions you make. Over the course of a week, 971 current ASD educators took a survey that consisted of clear and concise questions. When asked about reopening schools, 77% agreed that schools should reopen only after public health experts determine it is safe to return. Then, only with adequate planning and equipment to protect school employees, students, and visitors from COVID-19. Only 11.5% of the educators supported the hybrid opening that the district has emailed out. 69% of the educators stated that they do not feel comfortable going back into the classroom with students in August. Of those surveyed, when asked, are either you or a family member high risk for COVID-19, 55% said yes. 91% of the educators agreed that our employer must provide and require usage of masks and other personal protective equipment for students and staff. When asked, do you work in a classroom with appropriate working ventilation and access to fresh air, 52% said no. If school remains normal with no changes, kids moving from classroom to classroom, moving to specials, lunch, recess, and electives, will you return to teaching? 18% said yes. 70% said yes, but only because they have no other options, and 12% said no. Last survey question for tonight. Did district leadership solicit your input on how the 2020 to 2021 school year ought to start? 90% of the educators said no. Additional results and details can be found in the survey, which I will submit to the board and the administration. On a personal note, I find myself wishing for what used to be routine when it comes to the start of the school year. I miss my students in the energetic classrooms at the mid-level. However, what we are accustomed to is non-existent right now, whether schools open in person or not. The virus is at our front doors, and Anchorage just saw its largest single-day increase. I am concerned for the safety of our students, staff, and the local community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up is speaker number 27, Toya Brown. Toya, are you with us tonight? All right, we don't see Toya. Speaker number 28, Joanna Utterback. Joanna, are you with us tonight?
Yes, this is Sophia Utterback. Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. You've got 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Hello, my name is Sophie Utterback, and I'm an 11th grade student at West High. I'm here tonight to talk about reopening school buildings in a few weeks. I don't think it's a good idea, and I do not want to have to attend in person in order to be able to learn from my incredible West High teachers. I'm a person who has had a serious medical condition my entire life, and I cannot return to a school building yet. But my mom is a school counselor, my uncle and aunt are both teachers in ASD, and my grandma lives one house away from me. I help her every day, sometimes many times in a day. None of us in my family will be safe if kids and teachers congregate in physical buildings. And I'm already afraid of what will happen in families all across Anchorage if thousands of people are together, indoors or close together 4 days a week. I was lucky enough to have Mr. John Bruce as a math teacher in middle school, and he made sure we all understood exponential growth. If we do return to school buildings in a few weeks, instead of doing our schooling remotely, we will see kids, teachers, and staff getting sick. It's well known that kids who experience trauma don't learn well, and every single one of us will be experiencing trauma if our friends and teachers get sick or die, if our family members get sick or die, or if we spend entire days afraid of catching a virus that can kill us or someone we live with, wondering if we could already be infected and spreading it. I know this question of school opening is huge, and it encompasses more than just education. Families need help caring for younger children. Parents struggle to teach their kids and keep them on track while learning at home. People are afraid of us all falling behind. Kids need their friends and the support they get in so many different ways at school. But we live in a vibrant, creative, unique community, and this is a community problem to solve. It should not fall only on the shoulders of the school district and teachers to figure out how to make sure kids are cared for, mentally healthy, fed, and educated. This impacts everyone in Alaska, and we need to acknowledge that many other entities, from the municipality and the state to nonprofits and corporations, are needed to make this work right now and for a hopefully short-term future. We find ourselves in an entirely new situation none of us have ever encountered before. We have no choice but to slide sideways out of our old ways of doing school and think about how we can do it in a new way for our new reality. We could do real-time classes on Zoom with our teachers and meet with our counselors remotely. We could do classes outside, or we could have small group satellite schools spread around Anchorage. The options are many with some creativity. The old way can't work for right now. We risk too much trying to do it how we used to. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Next up, I have speaker number 29, Dr. Michelle Yap-Martin.
Oh.
Hi, thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Good evening. Every day they go to school, our teachers are in danger. ASD's proposal could mean many teachers lose their life this year, not to a shooter, not to something out of our control, but to something in our control. I'm Dr. Michelle Yap-Martin, and I'm here to address the issue of our schools providing the best education in the time of a worldwide pandemic. I'm speaking to you as a psychologist in our community who works consistently with marginalized populations, to include children, who was a counselor for the ASD CITC program for nearly a decade, and as a parent of a son who will be a sophomore this year. I hear people speaking about their personal beliefs around this virus and the perceived level of threat, about what they need, what their kids need, but no one mentions the danger to staff and faculty who will necessarily need to be in school. Teachers have accepted there might be a time when they have to lock their students in a closet or force them to hide under a desk silent, while a school shooter walks in and among them because reasonable gun control seems to be beyond us. With this proposal, they're being asked to go back into classrooms in the middle of a pandemic, classrooms located in buildings that have been neglected, in some cases have no windows that open, where support people such as counselors and speech therapists are working in closets. There is a concern about going back into those classrooms without adequate PPE. Masks will not work when we do not have reliable, regular testing with a quick turnaround of results. No plan for what happens when a student or teacher or staff member tests positive. No plan for what staff or faculty do when someone in their family is sick. No plan on how we help parents who need the child care school provides. So they're forced to give kids Advil in order to get through any temperature screening so they don't lose their jobs. I'm worried about our custodial staff, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, instructional assistants who are far more likely to be BIPOC. There's nothing in place suggesting society values teachers as more than cheap childcare. The worst part is the cavalier attitude I see from so many people in terms of doing what they need to be doing for school to reopen in the fall. And please, Sebastian, when you do go back to school, stay 6 feet away from the friends you haven't seen since before spring break. If people can't wear masks or stay home but want our children to go back to school on August 20th with a smile on their face and teachers to re-enter those buildings to work with our children to be excited about the new normal, parents, children, and teachers are being asked to make far bigger sacrifices than the ones that have been made so far. A friend who is a teacher posted to social media, I am not sure how we will run lockdown drills while maintaining the appropriate social distancing and COVID protocols. Please let this sink in. In the middle of a pandemic, our teachers are worrying about how to protect our children from active school shooters, ensuring our children stay healthy so we can be less inconvenienced. I want my kid back in school as much as anyone. All I've seen are his little beady eyes staring at me since March. But I worry about my husband. He will be the one comforting our 16-year-old son when he potentially loses his mother, his 2 grandparents, and his favorite teacher from COVID. What a hell of a way to experience loss for the first time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up on the list, I have speaker number 30, Misty Nelson. Misty, are you with us? Misty?
All right, good evening. My name is Misty Nelson, and I'm speaking as an individual. As we are weeks away from the start of the 2021 school year, there is much anticipation. As the days are passing, the numbers of COVID-19 cases continue to increase. Each day, there's good reason to anticipate that the ASD school year will begin virtually. We know that student safety is number one in our district. We know that educators have a right to a healthy and safe work environment. We know that holding school face-to-face would not be what we all knew it to be. It would be much different than the norm. What we don't know enough about the coronavirus. We don't know the long-lasting effects. We don't know who in our ASD community, students, staff, families that currently have COVID or will have it in a couple of weeks. We don't have enough information, period. For the years that I've been an employee in ASD, we have been a data-driven district. My friends, we do not have enough data, plain and simple. I understand there are some folks, students, staff, and families alike, that would like to be back to brick and mortar full time. I hear them. I want our old normal back too. I miss my library, the books, getting books in students' hands. I miss the kids. But those feelings, they aren't enough to warrant opening the doors. In this global pandemic, we must not let our emotions overpower intelligence. A great educator or parent knows the value of consistency. Well, boy, Corona sure doesn't allow us to provide a lot of consistency now, does it? This truly has been day by day, sometimes hour by hour, new information and change of plans. This is new for all of us. We are all doing the best we can with the little we know. Dear school board and administration, here is my ask. My ask is, should we start school virtually? Let's consider keeping it that way for the first quarter. Let us try to provide some sort of structure that will offer some stability, predictability, and consistency, some knowing for all stakeholders involved. Transitioning to face-to-face learning at a natural school break would provide this, should it be safe to do so. The unknowing has caused so much anxiety for students, staff, and families. My final plea, and I will say this loud and clear for all to hear, we want our kids and teachers back in school. We must slow the spread. The community, all of us, really have the power to call the shots here. Anchorage, the data is showing us that we've got some work to do, and that comes down to each one of us needing to do our part. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, I have speaker number 31, Soren Worth. Soren, are you with us tonight?
Good evening. My name is Soren Worth. I'm a high school teacher in Anchorage. I'd like to address your eventual decision on school reopening. My viewpoint echoes the chorus of others who have spoken tonight. A fundamental problem we face in limiting the spread of the novel coronavirus pandemic is a highly individualistic society where people care primarily about themselves first. Too many refuse to wear a mask, refuse to social distance, and in general, refuse to heed the advice of public health experts. How will this individualism play out in a school building? We cannot pretend people will follow public health rules in a society that puts individual freedoms ahead of social welfare. Further, we should take into account an institutionally racist system of schooling. Should we open schools, we are unwittingly targeting families who are already marginalized. In the United States, as someone mentioned, African Americans and Latinx people are 3 times more likely to become infected by the coronavirus than white residents, according to an article in the New York Times. They're twice as likely to die. Indigenous people face similar uneven odds. By opening schools, you're weighting our children, particularly those who are economically disadvantaged and non-white, into a stream with a dangerous undertow. Meanwhile, teachers and school staff, many of whom are older than 50, are being asked to risk their lives for the sake of an economic system that itself cannot handle a public health crisis. If you open schools, you allow COVID-19 to roam our buildings like an armed shooter. Before any decision is made, policymakers and board members need to go through a school day as if you are our students, ride on a bus, sit in a room with others, share a bathroom, eat around others in a confined space, engage your own discomfort and stress. Next, you need to make a promise. Not one person dies from transmission as a result of a decision to reopen schools. Make a public promise, a guarantee. No one dies. Should ASD choose to risk face-to-face schooling, virus testing should be mandated for all teachers, staff, and students prior to the first day of school. If our policymakers don't come to their senses, teachers need to unite to refuse to enter classrooms until the transmission rate in our community falls to 0. You don't need to go down this road. Should you consider this move, parents, teachers, staff, and students will want to hear your pledge. There will not be one death from our decision to hold in-person schooling. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to circle back up to speaker number 25, Rebecca Van Wyck. Rebecca, are you with us?
I am, thank you.
Thank you. You've got 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
My name is Rebecca Van Wyck, and I'm testifying as a parent of 2 ASD elementary age students. I have a lot of questions about the ASD school start plan. My first question is about the advisors/stakeholders mentioned in your website FAQ. No names are listed. In the recent informational video released, Dr. Ann Zink and Dr. Joe McLaughlin are both referred to, but have they personally consulted the ASD? Who are you collaborating with at the municipality of Anchorage? Dr. Bruce Chandler, Natasha Pineda. It is important for your larger stakeholder community to know who you're using as public health consultants. I have reviewed the ASD February 2020 infectious disease plan and hope that the current plan is not based on that foundation. SARS-CoV-2 is not influenza. It is a completely different virus with different biology, including infection and transmissivity rates for different age groups. You must use more indicators than the 7 and 14-day incidence, including trends, 3-day positivity, and % contact tracing compliance, etc. The ASD must do more to address the social determinants of health,
that are ameliorated by a strong school program. Less is not more for this virus. Education on the proper use of PPE and the basic biology of viruses will trickle down to the most non-compliant groups, which are young adults with young children. The ASD has an opportunity to be a huge part of the disease response in this pandemic. But my biggest beef with the district since day one of my eldest first day of kindergarten has been communication, especially communications with your workforce. Why do you release communications on Friday at 5 p.m. before educating your workforce on the details of the pronouncement? I am that parent who emails my children's teachers immediately with specific questions about new policies, and often, at no fault to the teachers or the school administrators, the response is, "We know as much as you." As far as my children are concerned, I am not concerned about their health risk in the in-school instruction option. It's the ASD school staff for whom I'm most concerned. And I'm most concerned that the ASD has not fully used state and local authorities to consult on how to best responsibly care for your personnel during this time. Have you assessed your workforce needs? How strong is your substitute staff roster? How will substitute teaching operate in the ASD in-school model that is COVID-19 compliant? Have you assessed the health risk and tolerance of your full-time workforce? Please tell your teachers if they must use their hard-earned sick leave on quarantine.
Rebecca?
Yes.
Thank you. That was your 3 minutes, but we do have your written testimony for the board to read, and we will include that in the written testimony on the board record as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have speaker number 32, Michelle Carton. Oh, okay, she's not online. So we'll go to number 33, Kristen Hunt. Kristen, are you with us tonight?
I am. Can you hear me?
Thank you. You've got 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Hi, school board members and Superintendent Dr. Bishop. My name is Kristen Hunt. I have been a teacher for 20 years and a parent of 3 kids in ASD. I am not ready to die. I'm not ready for my family members to die. I'm not ready to see any of my coworkers die. I'm scared to return with the school start plans we have, with the numbers rising in Anchorage daily. This is a pandemic, and we need to think of safety for all first. I understand the need for kids to be in school for economic issues, for families, psychological and social emotional issues of our kids, and many reasons for going back to school. Every teacher wants to be back in the classroom and see their kids daily, excuse me, but only when it is safe. But it truly terrifies me to bring kids together in a class for a few days a week and then have them leave and go to another place for daycare. That totally defeats the purposes of small groups. Kids need to be in school, yes, but school will not be how it used to be. It will cause more trauma because of the lack of any normalcy and consistency. This causes extreme anxiety to children and adults, not knowing if we will change at any time online or if their friends are absent. Are they sick? Are their teachers sick? Are their coworkers sick? Students will not get to play with each other or sit next to their friends, run around, and just be like normal kids. There will be no group work, no engaging learning due to the strict guidelines, no sitting with each other during lunch, no playing with each other at recess. We will all need to be safe with the face-to-face learning. Teachers always give more than 100%. We sacrifice many things for our students. This is the time that we need to make sure we are keeping everyone safe and not asking teachers again and again to make the ultimate sacrifice of their lives by going back to work when it's not safe. Let's be clear. We were not in online learning before. We were in crisis learning at the beginning of our online. We can prevent this from happening again by beginning school online and having a safe, stable, safe system for our families, knowing what to do. Thank you very much for working really hard with ASD teachers and trying to find a good curriculum and platform for everyone to work on. Our teachers are capable of teaching all subjects and making positive learning experience with using online learning that is organized in plans. Other schools in the nation are starting are not starting until December so that we can have consistency for everyone. I'm asking that you look at opening, doing online until December so that all kids and staff can have stability and so that we can look for more safety and wait until things are normal and not normal, sorry, wait until we have more data and figure out the safety of all.
Kristen, thank you so much for your testimony tonight. Next up, I have speaker Allison Tybalt. Allison, are you here tonight?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Can you hear me?
We sure can. You've got 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I speak to you today as a parent of a rising first grader at Phoenix Park in the Chinese immersion program and as a high school English teacher in the school district. I will keep my ask simple, though the thought process behind it is so complex. Give us all more time. The start date of August 20th can and should be moved until we can have the proper PPE, sanitation, and safety protocol materials here and ready to use. We have already heard that it is entirely likely that PPE may not be delivered to our buildings before the scheduled first day. This is not acceptable. Further temperature checks must be required because we all know that our kids and teachers do go to school sick all the time, intentionally and unintentionally, and this is not the time for that risk. Please work alongside our union to ensure that staff safety is truly prioritized because we do love our students more than we can ever say. And we are also not martyrs or tributes to be sent out to be selfishly served, safety be darned. The start date of school can and should be moved so that working groups and individual teachers can properly build course content and train our peers in online learning pedagogy. Yes, there are hundreds of us already working on building course content, but we are limited to 80 hours to build courses, largely from scratch, even if we are building multiple courses. That expectation is unrealistic at best. The first 2 weeks of school are stressful and require intense planning in the best of times, and we are not in those times. And what we continue to hear today is that families need robust, deeper learning curriculum that is not pandemic trauma response teaching. They need connection. And can we imagine how much more prepared individual teachers and students and families would be and how connected cohort classrooms could be if given additional weeks to plan and work? The start date can and should be moved so that district is able to take a look at the reopening and prioritize and emphasize educational needs of our students with special needs, our most at-risk populations, including our homeless children, those in homes we know are to be reported as dangerous and unstable, those with significant learning and mental health concerns, those at the highest risk of contracting COVID-19, and those with parents who are essential workers. These students' lives and learning must be prioritized in the current climate, and they are being left behind and quite frankly ignored. The low-medium risk model shared with the board back in June is not the same one that was shared 3 weeks ago. So it's clear that all of these plans can change and be more proactive to support our students and give us all more time. And lastly, the start date of school can and should be moved so that we as parents can properly process what options for learning are in our children's best interest. We are all trying to make significant choices and changes in too short of a time window. I know so many people have put in so many hours already, and they all need more time. Again, I know we are asking you all to make impossible decisions right now, and they will be imperfect and messy. So members of the school board, Dr. Bishop and Dr. Stock, here is your permission. Please take time. Let's be here to get it right more than we are here to be right. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to circle back up to speaker number 32, Michelle Carton. Michelle, are you on tonight?
Hello, I'm Michelle Carton, elementary school librarian. I've also been with the school district for 13 years. I want to address not only the return to school, but also the equity. So we need to show our whole community, including and especially our children of color and economic disadvantage, that we care about their learning also. And I feel like we are not doing that to the extent that we need to. We do not need to separate out more with the haves and the have-nots. So as we see nationally, we need to come together. We must seek leadership and look to the data on how best to support our children of color, given both of the major issues that are plaguing our country. We need a specifically dedicated work group to create a support system for our most marginalized populations. And I think it's important for us as we begin school in whatever facet that looks like, that we are prepared to really address the needs of our diversity. Thank you to all of you guys for the challenging work in these trying times, and for using your intuition to take hold of our testimony tonight and listening to us. Just looking at the summer feedback that we talked about earlier in the beginning versus the spring, being solution-oriented had made it successful, and we can do that again. We can make huge gains over the beginning, because this time we need to listen and ask teachers what their feedback is. We've learned from the spring, and teachers have been spending the summer working in their own pedagogy and preparing as much as possible with what we've had. We want to be with students, but we know the risks are too many. I lead a lot of professional development for ASD, and I can guarantee that teachers are eager to be prepared to fully connect and propel with students into the digital world, which is where most of the rest of the world is headed. Several learning opportunities are available currently for teachers, and I just want to have that rest assured that we are professionals and we know what we're doing. And for most of us, the amount of time that we spent doing the learning when it was given through online, we spent a lot more time than we would have spent in the classroom. But I think that we need to have more time to prepare. And the longer we wait to fully make the decision what we're going to do, the less support we are showing teachers and the more demand that we're going to place on them. We have to give teachers a month to prepare once the final decision is made. We will do a fantastic job. There are amazing teachers. We can think creatively and create opportunities and people and space for parents who need support in this learning process. Trust us, we want children to be together because we know the longer they're apart, the harder it's going to be to reorient them when they first get back. But at this time, we really need to come together to figure out how to help those marginalized populations learn with what the tools that we have. Thank you for hearing the testimony tonight.
Thank you very much. The next two speakers I have listed as in person, Pete Fox and Travis Whitlock, but I'm not seeing either one of them here at this point. So I'm going to move on to speaker number 38, which is Sherry Smith. Sherry, are you on the line tonight? Sherry? She's not on. Okay. All right. Moving on to number 39 is Allison Palawi. Allison, are you with us tonight?
Hello.
Hi, Allison. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. According to the data on the rapid rise and spread of COVID-19, it is not safe for schools to open face-to-face next month. Imagine a K1 classroom where 5 and 6-year-old children need constant close-up interaction and support. One student comes out of the bathroom unable to button his pants. Another one or more students are crying because they're scared or upset. How can this kind of help effectively happen from 6 feet away? Everyone will wear masks. Great. But some K1 students have trouble keeping their shoes on all day, let alone properly wearing a mask for 5 hours. Consider an older student who refuses to wear a mask properly, or that some student or staff who are not following guidelines happen to be in the same poorly ventilated room as your student or your sister, mother, or friend who is a teacher or paraprofessional. Imagine they are infected by the virus and go home and spread it to their families, your families. This could happen with or without any known COVID-19 symptoms presenting. The recent rise in new cases has estimated time for ICUs to reach critical capacity in 10 weeks. And at this rate, we could run out of ICU beds in Anchorage by September 22nd. So opening schools face-to-face in a month's time would fly in the face of extremely clear and frightening data. The ASD prides itself on the use of data to maintain student success. We should do the same when talking about people's lives. And of course, we would rather have students back at school. The switch to online learning was difficult. But if we decide to go all online now, teachers, families, and employers will have time to plan and be prepared for online learning. Kids want to go back to school for the sense of normalcy, but how it used to be is not on the menu this fall. We want them back in for the healthy socialization, but going back to school next month will not be normal or healthy socialness. Students will be stuck in the same room for most of the day. They will not sit next to their buddies at lunch or be able to catch up with old friends at recess. And teachers will be frazzled trying to keep everyone safe. Many are worried that students will get behind in their learning. But behind who? We're all in this pandemic together. They may get behind an arbitrary goal related to standardized test data, but nothing is standard or normal anymore and won't be anytime soon. There is no good solution here, but forcing people into an unsafe environment is the worst solution, when now school buildings are generally closed and the case count is at its highest. Please do not open school buildings to face-to-face learning until the case count is on a steady decline in Anchorage and surrounding areas from which people are commuting. Please do not force teachers to teach from their buildings either, when they can get materials from school at scheduled times and safely teach from home. Not all staff members have been following public health guidelines this summer. We may all be highly inconvenienced and somewhat uncomfortable working from home online, but that is better than extremely ill or dead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, I have speaker number 40, Sheila Carey. Sheila, are you with us tonight?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We sure can. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I'm the grandmother of three children, my grandchildren, and they're ASD students. And I was a ASD teacher for 30 years, and I'm retired now. My grandchildren, one will be in kindergarten, would be in kindergarten this year. I have a first grader and a fifth grader. I oppose the physical opening of the schools, ASD, at this time. Young children will not socially distance, and they have difficulty remembering to even wash their hands. And I know this because I taught grades K through 6, and I was an elementary librarian. If one child dies from COVID-19, it's too many. And I think we'd all agree on that. No one should put children in harm's way. We just don't know enough about this virus and at this time, and other than it is spreading rapidly in our state and around the country. Distant learning improved over the spring. My fourth grade grandson was at my house, and I was able to observe the progress. I think that's the best option at this time for our students. There are some students who may be at risk or safer at school. We know who these children are. The Anchorage School District can provide on-site intensive services with room for social distancing for these students. I'm aware some parents and employers view schools as the great American babysitter. Please don't allow this segment to define this time. Let's do the most important job society has, and that's keeping our children safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, I have speaker number 42, Kayla Page. Kayla, are you with us tonight?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We sure can. You've got 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Kayla Page. I am an elementary teacher in the Anchorage School District. Normally, testifying to the school board is something I would leave to others who are more comfortable to do, but I have decided to speak on the behalf of my children, as their lives and health will be directly affected if it is decided that teachers return to work in an unsafe environment. I have too many concerns to name it in only 3 minutes, so I will say, if the current plan is approved, the challenges within every school at every grade level that every teacher would face every day would be tremendous and life-threatening. School would be a very different place, not a place of joy, excitement, socialization, and fun. It would be full of fear, anxiety, apprehension, and dread. ASD is asking too much by requiring teachers to put our students, families, and own lives at risk by being back face-to-face when COVID-19 is an even more dangerous threat than it was at the end of last school year. It is immoral and irresponsible to put this kind of pressure on the teachers of ASD. I am sure there is pressure on the school board to choose and approve a plan that will get students back face-to-face in schools come August. Believe me, I want that with all of my heart. But right now, that is not safe. If teachers and students are forced to go back to school face-to-face, people will get sick. People will die. This is absolutely unacceptable. I am asking you to not approve a plan that puts students and teachers into the classroom until Anchorage is functioning at a low risk status.
I am personally not comfortable going into any building or being around groups of people outside of my own family until COVID-19 cases are at 0 for 2 weeks. Many others in the community feel the same way. Obviously, teaching online is not the same as face-to-face, but would face-to-face in a heavily restricted environment really be better? I think not. Teachers are amazing and capable of incredible things. We can fill gaps and make up for lost socialization, but we cannot bring a child, community member, or loved one back to life. Do not set the municipality of Anchorage up for failure. This affects us all. Choose a plan that will keep us safe, healthy, and alive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, I have speaker number 43, Mary Beth Hammerstrom. Mary Beth, are you with us tonight? All right, we can come back if she comes back online. Speaker number 44, Allie Phillips Moe. Allie, are you with us tonight? Okay. And speaker number 45, Cynthia Black. Cynthia, are you with us tonight?
Good evening.
Hi, thank you. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. ASD has admitted that your current plans cannot keep students, families, and staff safe, and that rising COVID-19 infection rates in schools will not necessarily prompt school closures or even, judging from your matrix, staff notification of exposure. This is in spite of significant evidence that children do get and spread COVID-19 to both peers and adults. Until you can offer safe in-person school, the only responsible option remains 100% distance learning until the municipality of Anchorage reports no new cases for 14 consecutive days. I reject the idea summarily that it is somehow reasonable to gamble with our students' and families' lives. No studies suggest that in-person school reduces transmission of coronavirus, but studies have shown that in-person school can increase the spread. There are many negative outcomes of this disease, including transmission to fetuses, brain and lung damage in children, and strokes in healthy young adults. These ill effects are significant enough that refusing to protect our community's health is not acceptable. It's immoral. We can make up for lost learning, but never for lost lives. Please offer 100% distance learning until there are no new cases in the municipality for 14 consecutive days. We owe it to our kids and families. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, speaker number 46, Russell Moore. Russell, are you with us tonight?
Hi there. You can hear me okay?
I sure can. You've got 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you. My name is Russell Moore. I want to start by acknowledging and appreciating the superintendent's stated expectation that school will begin online this fall. I'm grateful to hear so much testimony from the public tonight, recognizing the very real danger this pandemic represents. I appreciate that ASD is so far resisting pressure to rush toward in-person instruction in order to make up for our societal failure to provide universal childcare. I think that given these continued high case counts and the lack of progress so far in limiting the spread, there's simply no question of returning to school in person, and I'm grateful that science is being valued as these decisions are made. My questions do concern in-person school and how parents can make an informed choice about sending their kids back if and when that time comes. I'm confident that you have somebody somewhere working on them. I'd like to hear some specific details of ASD's day-to-day mitigation practices. I've read the safety protocols FAQ on the website. That helpful page did answer some of my more general questions, but I think we all need to hear some of the nitty-gritty. The FAQ says that all schools and classrooms will be resourced with cleaning and disinfecting supplies to enable teachers and TAs to clean and disinfect as needed. What specific sanitizing chemicals will be used? What specific contact times do these chemicals need in order to kill the coronavirus? Exactly what objects and surfaces will be sanitized? How frequently will these objects and surfaces be sanitized? How will school day schedules be adjusted in order to allow sufficient cleaning, sanitizing, and chemical contact time in between students? How are the safety data sheets on these chemicals being made available to parents and to employees? What about employees and students who may be sensitive to these chemicals? What training will be provided to the teachers and the TAs tasked with sanitizing? 2, the FAQ mentions that the district's operations department has a robust daily cleaning program and that program will be sustained. Where can this plan be viewed? Third, I wasn't able to find any mention in the FAQ of social distancing or physical distancing. Will it be a part of the mitigation strategy in in-person school? Will physical barriers or indicators be used to designate appropriate distances? How will distancing be enforced? Will failure to maintain distance be considered a disciplinary issue? How will it be enforced in bathrooms? FAQ notes that parents can obtain a mask exemption from their medical professional. As we all know, the point of masks is to keep aerosols carrying the virus in, protecting those around the mask wearer. Once we return to in-person school, will there be any additional measures in place to prevent exposure by an unmasked student? What will ASD's line-by-line mitigation plan be made public? I understand it's probably not completely ready today, but will it be made available before the first day of in-person school? For anybody listening who isn't familiar with mitigation practices, what I've described is really the bare minimum level of detail that needs to be sorted out. And I hope the community can get answers to all of these questions in order to guide decisions about sending their kids back to in-person school. I thank you for your time and what I hope will be your continued efforts to keep your employees and our kids safe.
Thank you very much. Next up, I have speaker number 47, Mary Richards. Mary, are you with us tonight?
Hi, you can hear me okay?
Yes, I can. You've got 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I had a whole letter written and actually I've already submitted it, and I just want to reiterate everything I've heard this evening. I am so inspired by my colleagues. I'm a high school teacher at Chudiak High School. I also have a 12-year-old son who's going to be attending Mirror Lake Middle School. So I don't really want to reiterate my testimony because I feel like the testimony that's already been shared has just been tremendous. I've been listening with absolute awe. I'm proud to be a teacher and a mom in this community. I do want to stress, I think, the points that have been brought up in terms of more time. That is really something that I hadn't thought about, but the more that I'm listening to teachers and professionals articulate the need, I am in agreement. I really do want to be able to offer our families the best curriculum ever, and I know we can rise above and we can do great work together. But I think more time might be something that we need to look into. And then the other thing that I want to echo that I heard strong and clear tonight is the idea of making sure that we're paying attention to equity. Thank you so much, everyone, for all the hard work that you're doing. I'm very, very, very proud of our community. We're doing the impossible. We're doing things that we never thought we could do before, and we will continue to do so. I am certain of that. But do take into consideration all of the wonderful testimony tonight. And thank you again from the bottom of my heart for being the best district ever. Good night.
Thank you very much. Next up, I have speaker number 48, Laura Wren. Laura, are you with us tonight?
Hi. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. You've got 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm Laura Wren. I'm a retired ASD math teacher and a very concerned Anchorage resident. Many of my friends are teachers or school staff, and most of them have students currently enrolled in Anchorage schools. I was pleased to see on the news that Dr. Bishop and the board are seriously considering that schools cannot open safely right now and should be full-time online learning. And I've heard a lot of fantastic testimony this evening about why schools should be online and should start later than August 20th. I'd like to share my thoughts and a plan for when the alert level drops to where it's safer for schools to open with small groups. But I want to be clear that right now schools must be online only until the low risk option is possible. I think we can all agree that the purpose of school is not to provide daycare. Having a safe place to work while parents, having a safe place for children while parents work is a benefit of traditional school. Due to COVID, we as a society are realizing just how much this issue of daycare needs to be addressed. I hope my plan is something that's already being discussed, but in case it isn't, I'm proposing for what to do when the alert level drops to medium high and medium low.
The ASD and the municipality should work with groups such as Campfire and other agencies and use CARES money to provide full-time childcare at school. During this time, children will be in small groups with focused time to work on their online classes and get supports from adults with their technology and access problems. They'll also have time for outdoor play and small group activities, but all of their schooling would be virtual. I believe the majority of students will continue to want to learn at home. This is an option for those who can't stay at home safely. The ASD could also have positions for building support teachers, assuming there are teachers that are interested in doing this. They'd act more like tutors along the lines of the teacher-led after-school homework help programs that so many schools have. They wouldn't be teachers of record for a class. This would be their full-time job, assisting students in all grades and subjects. And I think anyone who had concerns about the equity of workload would consider the health risks those teachers are taking. There'd still be the same expectations for masks, social distancing, sanitation, etc., that are in the district's current plans. Our country is going to need to solve the child care crisis for working parents. I believe it's a governmental and business problem and not a problem for schools to solve. But right now, in the middle of a pandemic, the ASD and the municipality have a chance to provide a safety net for working parents. As it stands now, I believe there's plenty of time to work out a plan along these lines.
Ms. Laura?
This is a chance. Yes?
I'm so sorry. Your time is up.
I said I had 8 more seconds.
No, thank you so very much for your time.
You're welcome.
Today. I'm going to circle back up to speaker number 44, Allie Phillips-Moe. Allie, are you with us tonight?
Hi, can you hear me?
You sure can. You've got 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Okay. My name is Allie Phillips-Moe. I'm a pediatric nurse and also the mom of an incoming kindergartner in Anchorage. I wanted to say I appreciate all the work that's been done on the current plan and the different risk levels, and understand that we're definitely near the high risk level right now. I know ASD has worked closely with the health department on all of this, and I'd like to see that publicized a little more. And I'm just testifying with some of my own recommendations based on my personal experience. My husband and I both work in healthcare, and we've had reliable childcare at a daycare associated with our workplace. Up to this point, we are now facing extreme uncertainty as our daughter enters kindergarten. I've actually talked with another friend who's working, who has also decided, or who has already decided to pull her daughter out of public schools and go with a private program just due to the uncertainty alone. And I've in fact found myself considering this option, even though I'm the child of 2 public school teachers and never thought I would consider going private. So I have several recommendations. First, I think the one-size-fits-all approach for all ages and students is inappropriate, and that's consistent with recommendations that came out last week from the National Academy of Sciences. Not only is in-person learning, very important for social and emotional development for younger children, but there's some practical concerns. Many of the families who are going to choose in-person school this year will be doing so because having a parent home is not an option for them. And so young students in this group, if we have the 2-day on, 3-day off schedule that's proposed at the medium high risk level, they're also going to need care on the other days, which is going to create a chaotic juggling situation that's actually going to make us all less safe as kids are in multiple large groups back and forth during the week. I also agree with the one-size-fits-all approach in regards to children with disabilities and those requiring specialized nursing services. These students should be the last ones that lose access to in-person school. I've had parents of these children break down in tears talking to me as they are completely overwhelmed, as finding support and care for those children is extremely difficult. It takes a village to raise any child, but particularly a child with special needs. There are already more staff for this group, so keeping these group sizes smaller should be a little more easier for those children. Lastly, to improve parents' ability to plan as much as possible, I'd like to see a centralized reporting of the current risk level and also a centralized resource for ASD working with community partners to have options of safe places for children of essential workers should schools close again. This includes YMCA, Campfire, and others. Working on these partnerships for some stability will help prevent an exodus of working parents' children from the public school system. So in summary, I'm recommending prioritizing in-person options for young children and children with special needs, not a one-size-fits-all, but prioritizing those when school is in session, centralized information and highlighting the health department involvement, and working on community partnerships for stability for families that have to have both parents having to work or single-parent families. Thank you so much for your work and for allowing me to testify.
Thank you very much. Next up, I have speaker number 49, Marcia Myers. Marcia, are you with us this evening? All right, speaker number 50, Elizabeth Manning. Elizabeth, are you with us tonight? Okay, we don't have anybody else online. So I want to thank all of the public that took the time to call in and was patient during the first round of public testimony as well as the second round. Between your testimony there and all of the written testimony, we appreciate that. So thank you very much. Next up on the agenda is school board and administration comments. Are there any school board members that have any comments? We'll start with board member Marcette. Thank you.
I would like to ask the board, I feel like that, we just haven't had enough time together. And I think we all have more questions. And being as there was a lot of testimony tonight, we wanted to get through that. But I would like to have another meeting, a special meeting with the school board, maybe to talk and get more of our questions answered before the next school board meeting. I don't know how the board members feel about that, but that's something. And I just feel like we haven't had enough time to actually communicate and talk amongst ourselves and express our concerns or not our concerns or ask questions or whatever. I just feel like it would be good.
Okay. Thank you. Board member Hildy?
Would it be possible to do that like if we just emailed all our questions and then got a white, just answers back, and then at the next board meeting, we still have time during the update to ask our questions? And
I like to have the interaction, whether that be Zoom or whatever, but sometimes getting questions answered online is fine, but it doesn't promote the conversation at the time that the question is asked. And so I think it loses some of the communication that happens between the board.
Okay. I'm not quite sure how other board members, feel about that, but it's, certainly something we can see, what the administration's availability is, and stuff like that, and we can put an email out to, board members, if we can maybe come up with something. Board member Mitchell?
I do agree with Star. I think that having discussions like this is, for me personally, you guys know how I am. I kind of think as I hear other people talking, that's why I process things. So for me, it's very helpful, but I also want to be respectful of people's time. Maybe we could just have a time for the board members to get together and talk. And I don't know what the right answer is. I don't want to use a lot of staff time, but maybe we could have an hour where we just talk about what our questions are and concerns are and write them up, or I don't know what the best approach is.
Okay. I believe we, Board Member Bellamy and I are set to do the planning meeting tomorrow, and we can see what, time looks like between now and August 4th. And, we just have to see where it goes.
And I would encourage the board, if I might, to review the website, and we can answer your questions, especially if you want it to be a discussion amongst yourselves. Having staff online, about 15 of us are here to answer your questions, and so that's just a lot of staff time to 10:30 at night, and then they're coming in the morning at 8 to do the work that's needed to do to start up. So it is a big ask, just to let the board know that. We can have, if we knew your questions, then I would select the staff to be here.
But I think we'd be better apt to come up with those. We don't have to have the school district here to have a public meeting between the board just to discuss what those questions would be, and then we could submit them.
I mean, you could submit them even without
Yeah.
discussing them.
Right.
You know?
Well,
I mean, that's why if you want to discuss, you can get us your questions, and then some of us could be here.
Board Member Bellamy?
I'm not against meeting, but I've been sending my questions in the whole time. And I've been tracking the website with the questions because I can't answer the questions that come to me if I don't look on the website. And I've been sending people to the website. So if we can, and I don't know about anybody else, but this is the first meeting I've been because of my husband's situation. This is my first public appearance. And so if you do have a meeting, I would prefer that it be via Zoom. But I don't know that it's going to do us a lot of good to meet and not have the people there that have the questions who are already tasked with an enormous weight, an enormous load. But if we want to meet and by Zoom, just us, and collect more questions, I guess we have to go for it, but I just don't know. I mean, I don't know. There's just a lot. There's so much information on the website, and I cannot even imagine how they're coordinating all that. I mean, it took me an hour to try to do 1 page of questions, and they weren't even my questions. I copied them from somewhere else. So it's pretty complex, guys. So, if we want to meet and come up with other questions, then I suggest we just do it among us, figure out what everybody else needs, and then we can bring it back. That might work.
What is on the agenda for the August 4th work session?
We are planning. We know it, but I don't have it handy.
Okay. I mean, I wonder if we could just take, I don't know, come a half hour early or.
I don't have the session in my drafts. I only have the school board meeting.
It's not a work session, is it?
Well, there's work session and then regular session.
Okay.
And so, we can always
want to combine with that.
Is that the work session or is it the next week?
I have it on my calendar as being a week that we're doing the work session.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is, because I hear what everybody's saying, and I hear, the need for information and how to kind of come up with the questions, stuff like that. So, Margot and I and Dr. Bishop will take a look at August 4th. We will take a look at what options we might have in between now and then, and see what we can pull together. It is important that board members.
You wanted it before, right, Star?
Well, I did, but I just feel like we don't have enough time in our board meetings to discuss things because there's an agenda. And I just feel if we had and it doesn't have to be coming up with questions. I just want to be able to talk and communicate with other board members and kind of see where they're at. And I don't get that. Okay. And so I'm kind of missing that input or that conversation with my other board members when there's so much going on in the district.
Yeah. Andy, I saw your hand up over there.
I was just going to say, logistically, it would have to be like this Friday or sometime next week, which puts us on a meeting every week for 3 weeks in a row.
Yeah.
That's a lift. I mean, we can do it, but I'd rather show up early in 2 weeks, which is when we're back again.
Thank you. Dave, Member Donnelly, do you have any comments or questions?
Yeah, I'll have a lot of comments and questions once the negotiations are completed. We have a specific proposal for what the distance learning looks like is being proposed. But it's really hard to anticipate it until we have a specific proposal before us, since it's all being negotiated with external parties. I remain very concerned about what the final plan will be for delivery to services to our disabled students, because that's going to be a major challenge, I believe, and also our students with special needs and also our gifted students.
Thank you. Did any other board members have, outside of the request for information, any other general comments that they wanted to share tonight? Board Member Mitchell?
Well, first of all, I want to thank everybody who testified. It was good to hear from people, and you know, we've gotten a lot of the questions, but it's always good to hear in person. And I do have a lot of questions, like the issue of partnering. You know, unfortunately, particularly elementary school is childcare for people, and it is a huge hardship on families. You know, we have to balance education, the safety of our teachers and students, the needs of the community, all that stuff. And I can't imagine there have not been conversations with, for example, the Parks Foundation person who spoke with I can't remember the name of the program, Kids on Bikes or Bikes in Nature or whatever that program is. Boys and Girls Club, Trailside, all these different organizations. You know, Polly Carr called in. About how they can support us. There are so many community groups that would like to support us. And then, of course, the issue of the toughest group for working parents is those young kids. And we also know that that's where per our board goals that we put together a couple of weeks ago, that's where maximizing the learning really is the most important. And again, I'm sure that this has all been discussed, but we just haven't really, we're not privy to all of that stuff. It sounds like, since we haven't heard this as a proposal, it probably is not practical to focus on keeping K through 2 or K through 3 somehow in the system, making more space, having them be in smaller groups. I know it's really hard to move teachers around and we only have what we have, but is there any possible way to keep those kids live? Does it make sense from the trajectory of the disease? So those are some of the questions that are running through my head. And again, I know that the district has been working really, really hard on all this, and I know that they've looked at lots of different options, and it's just that, we're not privy to those conversations. And the SPED issue obviously is huge. So anyway, it's raised, as Dr. Bishop always says, good research and good numbers and good studies raise more questions than they answer. And there are a lot of questions running around in my head right now.
Thank you. Board Member Bellamy.
This is just comments, right? So I love the videos you guys came up with. I love the videos. And I'm thinking back to Star's request about special ed and English, what was it? English language learners. If we could do a special on that would be perfect. Because those people watch a video, they won't read the website, but they will watch a video. And so, but anyway, I just wanted to thank you guys for doing that among everything else you guys are doing.
Dr. Bishop?
Yeah, I just wanted to share that, Member Mitchell, those were great questions, and some of them had been answered previously when we talked about the different models, but it was like 6 weeks ago about why the vote wasn't to go there or not. Actually, we could, share the information, then it can be discussed, but those were great questions of real detail that we can go to the people who are doing that just to answer. And I would prefer, because there's so many people involved, to be able to give you written answers, either in the board connect or something, and then allow for your discussion however you'd like to have it. But certainly elementary education's vote, that man down there was K through 3 being in schools full time, and it didn't meet the muster, and being able to meet the teachers. You heard the teachers, nobody wants to go if there's a issue there. So the best of plans are working with the people we have and understanding the expertise of that area. If we made smaller classrooms with everybody, so lots of discussions, lots of decisions, and really down in those different groups are where a lot of those happened, in those discussion groups and decision-making groups. So we can provide that information, are happy to do so, because those were really good questions, and that if you have them, other people might have them as well. So I urge you, if we just put maybe board questions separately, because we might offer a little bit more detail and background for the board, we can certainly do that.
Thank you. Again?
Yeah, just when we'll meet tomorrow.
Yeah.
and then we'll figure out if there is a way. We'll let you guys know, and then we'll figure out how to, for the board, not necessarily the staff, to get together. And I'll collect the questions for Katie. Poor Katie. Thank you, Katie, for organizing tonight. It was amazing how you did all. I don't know how you did it. I don't know how you did that.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that also. I mean, Katie was fielding text messages and emails from people who hadn't gotten through and trying to communicate with people and kept people flowing. And I mean, it was really very impressive. And the IT folks, thank you so much for everybody who supported this.
Yes. Member Marcette and then Member Hilby.
I was going to say I called Katie the other day as my phone was pinging like every second, and I said, "Katie, you are amazing." Along with the rest of our staff.
I would offer a motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
I would second.
Adjourned.